Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Kane was shocked as he laid eyes on the Beedrill leader's data. He had harbored his suspicions about the leader's circumstances initially, but the revelation of its ability took him by surprise. Even in his previous life, after years spent as a copyrightman hunter, he had only encountered the leadership ability twice. Such an ability could elevate a copyrightman's innate talents by one small order, and it was a truly rare and extraordinary occurrence. In the world of copyrightman, talents were divided into 7 ranks: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. However, within each rank, there were also 3 subclasses based on the depth of the color. For instance, the leader's talent was a light green, approaching the green level, and the difference between that and a dark green aptitude was vast. Murkrow's talent, meanwhile, was green but of a darker shade, almost reaching the level of dark green. It was unlikely, however, that it would ever reach that level without the use of special methods or items. The Beedrill leader's original talent should have been dark yellow, but it had been upgraded to light green due to its ability. As its offspring, the Weedle egg with green aptitude was the most highly talented existence in the entire colony, and if properly trained, it would become the strongest member of the colony. The existence of this copyrightman would also improve the talent of the entire colony as a whole. It was no surprise that the Beedrill leader was livid upon discovering that its most exceptional child had gone missing, and it explained why the entire colony was outraged when they learned that the Weedle egg had vanished. Kane's actions had damaged the very foundation of the colony, and the repercussions were far more severe than the direct extermination of the cocooners. Of course, these thoughts were fleeting. After felling the otherwise injured Beedrills, Murkrow sustained a few hits of his own, which were not particularly severe but still put him in danger. Murkrow let out a piercing screech, his shrill cries sending 2 of the surrounding Beedrills into a daze, as they were momentarily stunned. The flying-type energy between Murkrow's wings quickly coalesced, and with a flick of his wings, he unleashed Gust. The swirling wind enveloped both Murkrow and the nearby Beedrills. Murkrow's wings continued to flap, amplifying the damage of Gust and blocking the Beedrill leader from attacking. As the power of the move increased, the Beedrills who had been desperately fighting were one by one thrown out and fell to the ground, motionless. Bang! Murkrow stopped only when the last Beedrill fell, unable to continue battling. At the same time, the fierce whirlwind caused by Gust also dissipated, the spinning airflow making a muffled sound as it dissipated into the air. Only the Beedrill leader and Murkrow remained in the air, facing each other. The Beedrill leader was the first to attack, using quick attack and transforming into a white flash of light, its double needles raised as it followed up with twin needle. "Use Beck, Murkrow," Kane commanded, and Murkrow's eyes narrowed as white light shone on his beak. While keeping Tailwind activated, Murkrow collided with the oncoming Beedrill. Boom! The 2 copyrightmen collided in an instant, flying backwards from the force of their attacks. A wave of fire appeared, twisting around Beedrill's body as it used Rage. This move deals damage, and if the user is hit by a direct attack, it raises the user's attack by 1 stage. Kane was unfazed by Beedrill's use of Rage. As long as Murkrow could maintain a safe distance, he would have the upper hand at all times. "Keep Tailwind activated and use Gust, Murkrow," he spoke calmly. With the recent collision, the 2 copyrightmen were once again separated. Gust formed almost instantly, slamming into the Beedrill. The whirlwind that kept blocking its path was a flying-type move, which greatly annoyed the Beedrill. Carrying the momentum of Rage, it charged directly at Murkrow, ignoring the whirlwind in front of it. Simultaneously using both Twin Needle and Fury attack, it broke through the whirlwind. Murkrow froze for a moment as he stared at the Beedrill that was forcibly charging through his attacks. As he was dazed, Beedrill suddenly appeared in front of him, using quick attack. "Murkrow, stay alert, use Astonish," Kane commanded. The ferocious Twin Needle strikes inflicted a wave of intense pain on Murkrow. Enduring the damage caused by the sharp attack, Murkrow shouted and used Astonish to interrupt the Beedrill's fierce momentum. Murkrow once again opened up the distance with a dodge. The battle continued like this for a while, with Murkrow using Gust to keep the Beedrill at bay and the Beedrill quickly breaking through Gust and approaching Murkrow to strike with Twin Needle. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, Murkrow's body was a little numb, and his wings felt heavy. The Beedrill also dragged its body, gasping for air. With its light green aptitude and powerful physique as a leader copyrightman, it was capable of repeatedly enduring the super effective Gust move and still not losing battle power, showing how strong a copyrightman it is. Even though the Beedrill is 3 levels higher than Murkrow, it was being restrained, 2x weakness, as a bug-type fighting against the faster flying-type Murkrow. Murkrow, use Roost. Kane, who had been watching the entire battle and was in command at all times, continued to instruct, as both sides began to slow down. The one who could hold out the longest would come out on top. It had to be said that the Beedrill leader's strength was truly outstanding, deserving of being the leader copyrightman that had consumed an entire colony's worth of resources to grow up. Murkrow landed on the ground at Kane's command, his numb body causing him to stagger and almost lose his footing. The effects of Roost were immediately activated, and the majestic power of the earth was transmitted continuously through Murkrow's feet to his entire body. A warm sensation appeared, and his paralyzed body gradually regained feeling. The Beedrill, though confused as to why its opponent had suddenly fallen to the ground, sensed Murkrow's recovering state and knew it needed to act quickly. Though its intentions were sound, its own condition had worsened, and it lacked the speed and stamina to even use quick attack. Murkrow awoke from his Roost state and opened his eyes, which shone with fierce fighting spirit as the Beedrill approached. Despite being rivals, Murkrow felt a sense of respect for the Beedrill. Kane, understanding Murkrow's character, saw the look in his eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Murkrow, do as you wish," he said. Caw! Murkrow screamed as he collided with the Beedrill, his wings shaking. There was no dodging for Murkrow this time, and the Beedrill's state prevented it from freely controlling its body. It was a direct fist-to-fist fight. The sound of bodies colliding in the air occurred one after the other. The Beedrill's body gradually weakened, the anger in its eyes fading and instead revealing admiration for a worthy opponent. Murkrow's wings slammed into the Beedrill's body, but the expected counterblow did not arrive, and the Beedrill was finally knocked to the ground and lost consciousness. Murkrow stared blankly at the fallen Beedrill, his body trembling with excitement. "Caw! Caw!" he exclaimed, thrilled by the intensity of the battle. Kane walked over slowly, looking at the Beedrill that lay unconscious on the ground, and let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had confidence in Murkrow, he couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. It was only when his opponent was actually lying on the ground that he could finally relax. A white light suddenly flashed on Murkrow's body, catching Kane by surprise. He laughed, not expecting Murkrow to have gone up another level after defeating the Beedrill. The system moved with his thoughts, scanning Murkrow. Pokémon, Murkrow, green, gender, male level, 15 type, dark plus flying ability, prankster held items, none neg moves, punishment, faint attack, Roost basic moves, Beck, astonish, pursuit, haze, wing attack taunt moves, snatch, tailwind, gust technical machines, TMs, none. Murkrow had progressed to level 15 and learned wing attack, a powerful flying type move that would now be one of his most formidable weapons. But as the exhilaration of victory subsided, Murkrow stumbled as the aftereffects of using Roost set in. His body barely had any strength left, and after the intense battle and direct clashes, Murkrow had reached his limit. Kane quickly caught the falling Murkrow, laughing helplessly as he gave him a light tap on the head with his hand. "Now you know the consequences of messing around," he said, his words tinged with both helplessness and adoration. Despite the fact that Murkrow was reduced to his current state, he had defeated a formidable foe, and Kane was pleased. He knew that Murkrow had grown stronger from this battle, not just in power but also in character. Comment 6 Comment Vote to Left Chapter 23 Chapter 23, as he carefully placed Murkrow on the ground, Kane reached for his potion of healing. He sprayed it tenderly over the dark bird's wounds, one by one, a cool sensation spreading over the injuries before the disinfectant kicked in. causing a burst of pain. Murkrow let out a hiss, unsure if it was one of comfort or irritation as the potion flowed freely, emptying the bottle completely. Gradually, the bird felt his strength returning and, after a helping of nourishing poke blocks, he rose to his feet once more. Kane firmly held Murkrow back, not allowing him to take flight just yet. He picked him up, feeling the weight of the injured creature in his arms as he made his way towards the border of the Butterfree and Beedrill territory. The air was thick with tragedy as they approached. Beedrills and Butterfrees lay dead, scattered across the ground and amidst the trees and bushes. The Beedrill swarm had begun with an advantage in numbers, but as more and more Butterfrees returned from their various locations to join the fray, the tide began to turn. With the Butterfree leader still standing and the Beedrill leader nowhere to be found, the Beedrill's fate seemed sealed. The normally docile Butterfrees had become filled with rage at the sight of their fallen comrades and refused to back down, resulting in even more injuries and deaths. And as Murkrow defeated the Beedrill leader, something shifted within the Beedrills. The state of blessedness they had felt was suddenly gone, leaving them stunned and confused. They let out a deafening roar, completely oblivious of the situation around them, as they sensed the loss of their leader. When a king falls, his subjects are left in shambles, and such was the case with the Beedrills. They charged forward recklessly, hoping to break through the Butterfree defenses, but it was to no avail. More and more of them fell into madness, but a few of the stronger Beedrills called out to their comrades, jolting them out of their frenzied state. Their hearts were heavy, but a glimmer of hope returned to their eyes as they retreated, led by a few of their own. The Beedrills had come with a vengeance, but now they returned with less than 100 survivors. Had anyone been paying attention, they would have noticed an enigmatic aura gradually enveloping one Beedrill in particular, the one guiding the rest of its kin to safety. This enigmatic aura was the prototype of a leader's aura, which appears when all the members of a group are united and have strong cohesion. When the aura condenses to a certain level, it transforms completely into the leadership ability. The Butterfrees also returned, their wings heavy with the weight of the remains of their fallen comrades, and thus ended the tragic battle between the two colonies. It took Murkrow more than 3 hours to recover from the effects of Roost, even with the aid of poke blocks, and he continued to rest his body at Kane's request. By the time the sun rose again, Murkrow was fully recovered. Kane prepared breakfast under the tree, while the enthusiastic Murkrow, with 2 logs tied to his wings, soared through the sky, circling the great tree several times. Kane and Murkrow both realized how fragile their bodies were during yesterday's final battle with the Beedrill leader. So after learning wing attack, Murkrow tried to develop his wings even more. Murkrow's body felt a bit stronger after leveling up. He used to get tired after flying 100 rounds, but today he had enough energy to fly another 100. Murkrow resumed his training after taking a short break and consuming some poke blocks prepared by Kane. After untying the wood from his wings, he stood on the ground and began pounding them against the great tree. Kane joined in the training after eating his breakfast, first running a few laps around the hill, then doing sit-ups and push-ups. After a morning of training, a man and his Pokémon lay exhausted on their backs, looking up at the blue sky and feeling both physically and mentally relaxed. Since it was already the 6th day, Kane and Murkrow began their journey back to Team Rocket's base after their lunch break. As Kane crossed the border between the territories of the Butterfree and the Beedrill, he felt a sense of horror wash over him. He never could have imagined that his actions would have led to such a devastating war between the two colonies, leaving the forest in ruins and Beedrill corpses littering the ground. The devastation was palpable, and it was clear that both sides had suffered heavy losses in the conflict. As he walked through the Butterfree territory, Kane couldn't help but notice the absence of the metapods that had once been a common sight, as well as the lack of Butterfrees fluttering about. It was a somber reminder of the cruel nature of this world, where strength is the only currency and compassion is a luxury few can afford. Kane had long ago given up on such sentimentality, choosing instead to show kindness only to those he considered true friends and his Pokémon. When they reached the Beedrill territory, the familiarity was still there, but the once lively forest now seemed empty and desolate, with no cocooners to be seen in the trees. "I hope you have the foresight not to bother me," Kane muttered under his breath. Given the state of the Beedrill colony, Kane held no illusions about their current state. Without their leader, the Beedrills were nothing more than a loose pile of sand for Murkrow to knock down one by one. The forest that had once been a perilous crossing was now easily traversed by Kane and Murkrow without incident, not a single Beedrill to be encountered on the entire journey, as if they had all gone into hiding. As they journeyed on, signs of Pokémon began to appear again. The way back was almost identical to the one they had taken, and as they passed the spot where they had fought the treasure hunting trio, the original signs of the battle were almost non-existent, with only a few bloodstains visible on the ground. As Kane passed by their Zubat cave, he carefully stowed away all the items he had left within its depths into his storage belt. He had set out for a quick excursion but had ended up staying several days longer than he had intended. Though the cave was located on the border between the periphery and the heart of the forest, the level of Pokémon in the area was so low that it could no longer meet Murkrow's needs. Though there were no signs of Pokémon activity within the cave, there were footprints outside, leading Kane to believe that the Pokémon were likely deterred by the presence of the Zubats who had once called the cave home. Otherwise, the berries he had stored in the cave would have been taken. He knew that in a few days' time, the hesitant Pokémon would be tempted to explore the Zubat cave, and it wouldn't be long before the area became the territory of another Pokémon. With their belongings sorted and packed, Kane and Murkrow set off without a backward glance at the cave. It was just another stop on their journey, one that wouldn't leave a lasting impression or be missed. Like Purgatory Island, it was a temporary pit stop, perhaps an important one, but certainly not the most significant. The fact that Team Rocket had been able to gather so many children on this hidden island and conduct their so-called trials was a testament to the island's treacherous nature. Though none of the Pokémon on the island were particularly powerful, their talents were generally higher than those found elsewhere. Outside, one might encounter a Pokémon with a green aptitude only once in every 10,000 Pokémon encountered, but here on the island, Kane had already encountered 2 green aptitude Pokémon in just one Beedrill colony. Even the yellow and orange aptitude Pokémon were more commonplace. And this was likely just one of the many hidden islands under Team Rocket's control. As his thoughts drifted, Kane returned to Team Rocket's base before sunset, with Murkrow by his side. The base before him appeared like a large, cannibalistic mouth, ready to devour anyone who entered, and Kane's grip on the Weedle egg tightened. He knew that the secrets of this island were not meant for the likes of him, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to discover. Chapter 24. As Kane passed through the entrance of the base, the view before him gradually opened up, revealing a scene not so dissimilar to the one he had left behind. The crowd had thinned, and a feeling of emptiness hung in the air. No doubt, thought Kane, many of those who had left had not yet returned, for the trial test was to take place on the morrow. His own return had been prompted by the need to dispose of a Weedle egg, but as he took in his surroundings, Kane couldn't shake the feeling that the base was less a sanctuary, and more a prison. The coldness that permeated the air seemed to seep into one's very soul, causing hearts and minds to harden and, if one were to linger too long, even drive one to madness. In a corner of the square, a teenage trainer busied himself with his Pokémon, and upon catching sight of Kane, a look of joy spread across his face before he vanished from sight. Kane took note of the boy but paid him little mind as he made his way towards the exchange center. As he walked, he could feel eyes upon him, some filled with doubt, others indifference, and still others with a hint of malice. And then, as he entered the trialist's special housing area, he came upon a house that stood out from the rest. Inside, in the center of a hall, a young man sat, a sly smile on his lips as he stroked the scales of anaconds that coiled around him. On either side of him sat some 8 people, each with their Pokémon, all of them too afraid to meet the young man's gaze. Boss Xander, that kid is back," a voice called out, as a figure rushed through the doorway. But as the words were spoken, the speaker's voice faltered and the 1,000 words he had intended to say died on his lips. For the young man sitting in the center of the hall was none other than Xander, the first place winner of the first test, and, if the original timeline held true, the undisputed champion of the entire trial. "Oh? That kid who ranked second?" Xander's smile vanished as he sat up straight, his eyes becoming as sharp as knives as he fixed his gaze upon the newcomer. The Icons that had been coiled peacefully beside Xander's chair straightened as well, sensing the killing intent emanating from its trainer. Its long, narrow eyes now filled with an ominous aura, sending a shiver down the spine of the teenager who had come to report the news. "Yes, yes, yes," he stammered, nodding stiffly. Xander, however, seemed to relax upon hearing the affirmative answer, leaning back in his chair once more. But the Icons beneath him remained tense, and the teenager couldn't shake the feeling that he had only narrowly avoided a terrible fate. "As expected from the person I'm interested in," Xander said, a cold smile on his lips. "He stayed outside for that long and came back safe and sound." "Ha ha." One of the 8 seated men, a strong teenager of about 17 or 18, suddenly stood up. "Boss Xander," he rasped, "it's just a kid who used a trick to get second place. Let me go and bring him to you." And with that, he turned to leave. But Xander stopped him with a wave of his hand. "Rockwell, no need for that. I still want to see how he does tomorrow." The smile on his face belied the cold calculation in his eyes. "Yes," Rockwell replied, his voice still raspy, and sat back down. On the surface, he seemed like a simple man, but in his heart, he was cunning and ruthless. For in a place like this, where survival was key, strength was important. But even more crucial was the ability to be ruthless. And Xander had achieved this by defeating those who opposed him, killing their Pokémon, and making them watch as their beloved creatures were devoured by his Icons. This brutal act, along with his strength, had quickly attracted a loyal following. In this savage land, only the strongest will survive. The weak will inevitably be cast aside, and the only way to endure is to cling to those who hold power and become their servant. So long as one remains among the elite ranks, a chance to survive may yet be had. This is the privilege bestowed upon the mighty by the hand of Team Rocket. This trial serves to bring new talent to Team Rocket, and those who endure shall be granted important positions within its various posts. For those who survive, the possibility to rise to great heights, to become a powerful trainer, supported by the might of Team Rocket, may yet be within reach. For those born into the association, a path of growth awaits, and even if they do not become powerful, they may still live a life of respect as a Poké-Copyrightman trainer, without want for food or shelter. But for those born into poverty, this trial may be their only hope. Most of those brought to this island are commoners, those who could not even afford a meal, like Kane, who grew up in the slums, scavenging for scraps. But there are also those, like Xander, born into privilege, who came to the island not to hone their skills, but to flaunt their talents. Xander's brother, a senior officer in Team Rocket, was one who stood out on the trial island, and Xander felt that he was no less talented. Using his brother's connections, he was able to secure a place on the island, and even obtained his green aptitude Icons through underhanded means. As the unevolved form of Xander's brother's signature Poké-Copyrightman, Arbok, Xander was already familiar with its training, and believed his Icons had reached the peak of its abilities for its level. Thus far, all had proceeded without incident. Like his brother before him, Xander was a man prone to temper, and through the use of cruel methods, he had amassed a loyal following, who assisted him in providing resources for his Pokémon, aiding in its training. And as for who would be left behind and who would be taken with him after the final trial, the decision was entirely at the mercy of his whims. Seated at the head of the table, Xander lounged in his wide chair, his cold eyes scanning the room, taking note of the more powerful among his subordinates. Those who had proven themselves, he would consider taking with him to form his own squad within Team Rocket. For the ambitious Xander, being a mere foot soldier would not suffice, and as he participated in this trial, he aimed to be the best. His smallest goal was to surpass his brother, and the first step to achieving that was becoming a Team Rocket executive. If he were to reach that rank, he would be at the top of Team Rocket, and with his talent, he might even ascend further. At the thought of his future path, a twisted smile would spread across Xander's lips as he licked them in excitement. Kane, as he walked straight towards the exchange center, was unaware of these machinations, and even if he had been, he would not have given them a second thought. His only goal was to become stronger, and anyone who stood in his way would be crushed. As for Xander's true identity, Cain had not been able to uncover it in his previous life, and did not possess the strength to do so now. And even if he had, he would not have cared, for with the system already activated, he believed he could overcome any obstacle. Undoing the cloth that bound the Weedle egg, he carefully placed it on the counter, drawing the startled gaze of the Team Rocket employee. For this Pokemon egg, Cain had made the decision to exchange it for Team Rocket points. Though the Pokemon that would hatch from it would not be weak, and as a bug type, it would grow quickly and become a formidable force in battle, Cain had still chosen to part with it. For as an egg, there was no telling when it would hatch, and if it did so at the end of the trial, it would be of no use to Cain. Even if it were to hatch in the coming days, Cain could easily raise it, but only one Pokemon could be used in the final battle of the trial, and so not only would it not aid Cain, but it would also require resources to raise, becoming a burden. Most importantly, the lifespan of its final evolutionary form, Beedrill, was too short. By the time Cain had trained it to become a valuable fighting force, its body would begin to deteriorate. And as for Beedrill's Mega Evolution, it was important to remember that even the Association was unaware of Mega Evolution at this time, and precious Mega Stones were not something that could be obtained easily. Even if one were to be obtained by chance, the likelihood of it being the Beedrill's Mega Stone was slim. With these thoughts in mind, Cain had decided to exchange the Beedrill's egg for points, gaining important resources and allowing him to focus on training his Murkrow. Ignoring the staff member's astonished look, he said blandly, "I'll exchange it for points." Comment 5. Vote to left. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Are you sure? The employee inquired, a hint of skepticism etched onto his face as he gazed upon Cain as if he were a mere fool. Cain merely nodded, remaining tight-lipped. Though Pokemon eggs were not an everyday occurrence in the wild, they were not an impossibility to come across. Yet, why did many choose to overlook them, instead of bringing them back to exchange for Team Rocket points? The answer lay in the uncertainty of a wild Pokemon egg's potential. Only upon hatching could one truly determine the talent of the creature within. The Association's esteemed scientists had long since devised portable devices to measure a Pokemon's talents, yet they came at a steep price. To use such a device, one must first capture the Pokemon, disregarding the fact that such an extravagant instrument was not something the common folk could afford. But the technology to judge the talent of a Pokemon egg was not yet advanced enough to be easily portable, and it required a vast amount of resources to operate. Only those with the assurance that the egg's parents were of exceptional talent would even consider delving into the egg's potential. What if the egg possessed the yellow talent? Would someone with access to such a device even spare a glance at a yellow aptitude Pokemon? Thus, when Cain declared his intention to exchange this Pokemon egg for points, the employee regarded him with a look of absurdity. Cain had no desire to elaborate, for how could he reveal that he already knew the egg had a green talent? Such knowledge would even alarm the chief instructor, Viper. Have you given this proper consideration? To determine the talent of this egg alone costs 100 points, and even if it proves to be a Pokemon of primary aptitude, it is worth only 100 points. If you do not possess the necessary points. The employee trailed off, the implication clear. In Team Rocket, there was no such thing as credit. Cain nodded helplessly, for without testing the talent of the Pokemon egg, it would be deemed a red talent and worth only a single Team Rocket point. The staff member said nothing more, even though he couldn't fathom why the young lad before him was so insistent. If the Pokemon egg did not prove to possess a primary aptitude, Cain would have to bid farewell to it forever, unless he was willing to part with 100 points. Primary aptitude is a classification of Pokemon talents used by Team Rocket and the Pokemon world as a whole, divided into 5 categories: no aptitude, primary aptitude, intermediate aptitude, advanced aptitude, and top aptitude, corresponding to the talent rankings of red, orange, yellow, and green respectively. Talents of blue, purple, and black are all considered top aptitude. The Pokemon egg was placed in the recess of the device, and a liquid, made by the Association's scientists, poured into the mouth cavity before the transparent lid of the device was sealed shut. The high cost of producing the liquid made each test a costly endeavor. With the press of a button, the instrument came to life. With a hum, beep. In the row of lights, the light representing no aptitude immediately illuminated. As the minimum talent for a Pokémon was red, this light was bound to light up during the test. Almost instantly, the second light flickered on, indicating that the Pokémon egg possessed a primary aptitude. Not bad, it actually has a primary aptitude, so at least you don't have to worry about not being able to pay the test fee, the employee said with a smile. Kane shrugged indifferently, as the light representing the primary aptitude grew brighter and brighter. 10 seconds later, the light representing intermediate aptitude began to flash. The staff member's expression changed as he looked at Kane. Having initially thought him a fool, he didn't expect the egg to possess an intermediate aptitude. When a Pokémon egg reached the intermediate aptitude, the minimum number of Team Rocket points that could be exchanged for it started at 1,000. This meant that the teenager before him would soon possess thousands of points, a monumental advantage. In the trial, aside from the select few trialists who already had support, he would be far ahead of the rest in terms of resources. From a faint candle-like brightness, the light gradually intensified as the detection device showed no signs of stopping. Low intermediate aptitude, medium intermediate aptitude, high intermediate aptitude. In the employee's eyes, the light representing intermediate aptitude lasted for 30 seconds before reaching its brightest point. Then, the light representing advanced aptitude began to glow faintly. Advanced aptitude. I cannot believe it. It's reached advanced aptitude, the staff member exclaimed in shock, hastily covering his mouth with his hand, but the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. Of course, having worked for Team Rocket for so long, he knew the value of an advanced aptitude Pokémon egg, worth tens of thousands of points. Even after all these years, he had never received that many points. An advanced aptitude Pokémon egg is more valuable than a wild Pokémon with the same aptitude, for when a Pokémon is with a trainer from the moment it is hatched, its bond and friendship become much stronger than that of a wild Pokémon that has already grown up. Once this Pokémon egg entered Team Rocket's exchange system, it would be fiercely contested by a number of officer-level Team Rocket members, and perhaps even the executives. Kane frowned, displeased at the shocked outburst from the employee. They were in the midst of a trial, and he was certain that if it was known that he had so many points, everyone would rally together to take him down and then divide the points among themselves. And for those who wanted to be number one in the rankings, Kane with so many points could upset the balance and be their biggest obstacle. The employee realized he had lost his composure. Fortunately, it was night and there was no one else in the exchange center, otherwise he feared the impact it would have had on the youngster before him. When he looked at Kane again, there was only shock and a hint of greed in his eyes. Though well hidden, Kane could still sense it. With over 10,000 Team Rocket points, Kane, who knew the value of points all too well, certainly understood the appeal. Though the staff member was not involved in the trial, he, as a member of Team Rocket, could not help but feel a hint of greed for those points. When the testing machine stopped, the light representing the advanced aptitude reached the middle point, medium advanced aptitude. Above the instrument, a screen displayed medium advanced aptitude, Weedle. Seeing the test instrument stop, the staff member quickly exclaimed, "I apologize, I do not possess the authority to exchange for advanced aptitude Pokémon eggs. Please wait for a moment." With that, he hastened to leave the counter, opened a secret door, and stepped inside. After a couple of minutes, the door opened again, and the clerk could be seen respectfully bowing his head and holding the door open. A man dressed in a black robe stepped out with an overwhelming killing intent surrounding him. When Kane saw the mysterious black-robed person, his body tensed. Murkrow also stiffened, his feathers standing on end as if facing a great enemy. The experience and keen instinct he had honed in his previous life told Kane that the person approaching him was dangerous, very dangerous. The mysterious man's steps were slow, like an old man, as he approached the counter. When the mysterious man finally reached the counter, The pressure suddenly dissipated and Kane felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Not bad." The mysterious man spoke 2 words, a hint of appreciation in his hoarse voice. To be able to remain calm under his intense killing intent deserved such praise from him. What a terrifying man. Kane thought to himself. He had no idea that the simple exchange of a green aptitude Pokemon egg would result in the appearance of such a formidable character. Comment 2. Vote to left. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The man's gaze fell upon the Pokemon egg in the testing machine, the flashing light that represented its advanced aptitude, and with a hint of doubt in his voice, he inquired, "How did you come by this Pokemon egg, my boy?" Kane, with a respectful air, replied, "I found it in a Beedrill's nest, sir. It appears to be the offspring of the Beedrill's leader. I hope to offer it as a gesture of goodwill." The man nodded, pleased with Kane's tact. With a wave of his hand, the man stated, "No need, I shan't take advantage of a young lad like yourself. This Weedle egg is likely worth 18,000 points. Give him 20,000 and deduct it from my card." The first part was addressed to Kane, while the second part was addressed to the staff member who stood respectfully by. "Yes, sir." The staff member bowed hastily. Kane stood silently. In the face of such power, if the man had insisted on taking the Pokemon egg, Kane would have had no choice but to offer it with open hands. For to go against such a powerful figure would be akin to hitting a boulder with an egg. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness was like a sharp knife being thrust into Kane's heart, suffocating him with an unfathomable feeling. This is the plight of the weak. Only the strong have the right to speak. Since his regression, Kane had never felt so helpless. His pride, hidden deep within him, had been torn from its tightly wrapped shell and exposed to the full light of day. But the thought of becoming stronger never left him. This time he was more determined than ever. Everything had gone so well in this life that he had begun to become arrogant, looking down on all his peers, believing that he had a huge advantage and that it was only a matter of time before he became powerful. But as a true powerhouse emerged, Kane found himself vulnerable. The mysterious man gazed upon Kane for a moment, then inquired, "Might you be interested in undertaking a task for me?" Taking a deep breath and pushing aside all thoughts, Kane responded politely, "I would be honored, sir." "Come find me when you've completed this week's test," the man said, placing a black medallion upon the counter. "Yes, sir," Kane replied, his eyes flitting to the black medallion on the counter. At the sight of it, his pupils suddenly contracted. With a nod and one final glance at Kane, who kept his head lowered, the mysterious man disappeared through the secret door. As for the Weedle egg, it would no doubt be delivered to him. The staff member waited respectfully for the mysterious man's departure before letting out a long breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Kane, too, let out a small sigh of relief and picked up the black medallion, amidst the envious and jealous gaze of the clerk. He stared at the black medallion, whose overall shape resembled a cloud and whose pitch blackness held not a hint of any other color, with a complicated expression. The black cloud, a special medallion belonging to Team Rocket's top-secret force, the Shadow Unit, which took orders only from Team Rocket's boss, Giovanni. Aside from Giovanni, only the Shadow Unit's leader and 2 deputies were authorized to award this medallion. The Shadow Unit was not part of the normal Team Rocket structure and all of its members were hand-picked by the 3 leaders. There were no other avenues of entry. The 3 leaders of the Shadow Unit were all above elite level, so the mysterious man must be one of them. Though this medallion was only for reserve members, its meaning was clear. As long as one could complete the tasks given by the mysterious man, one could become an official member of the Shadow Unit. The Shadow Unit, reporting solely to Giovanni, could also be considered his personal force and thus stood one rank higher than its peers. In simpler terms, if a Team Rocket grunt were a member of the Shadow Unit, his rank would be one level above that of an ordinary Team Rocket grunt, on par with an ordinary Team Rocket junior officer. The legend of Team Rocket's Shadow Unit had always been whispered about. Kane had only heard of it in his past life, never expecting to encounter it in this one. Why did he choose me? Is it simply because of the Pokemon egg? Kane pondered, a frown creasing his brow. There was no reason to award a reserve member medallion after only meeting him for the first time, and with his current strength, He should not have caught this person's attention. Even if he had, he should not forget that his current identity was that of a trialist. Were he not a regressor, he would not have understood the weight of this medallion. Suppressing the various speculations in his mind, he feigned confusion and queried, "Excuse me, this medallion?" The staff member immediately donned a different smile. "I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal any information." Kane nodded and asked no further questions. He stored the medallion in his belt. It was best to know as little as possible about this dangerous matter. Despite his newfound knowledge, Kane did not forget the main purpose of his visit. The Weedle egg had been exchanged for 20,000 points, far exceeding his expectations. This was 20,000 Team Rocket points. How many valuable items could be acquired in exchange? Kane felt that he must now possess the most points among the island's elite. However, points were meaningless if they were not converted into power, emphasizing their usefulness. Scanning the exchange list, he bypassed the inexpensive items and turned to the trademark list. Kane had already analyzed which moves Murkrow needed to learn. First and foremost, Murkrow's speed was impressive, and with the boost from Tailwind, it could be increased even further. In terms of attack, as a dark and flying type Poké Tilde copyrightman, his mastery of flying type moves was sufficient and their damage could be dealt effectively, likely due to his battles with bug-type Poké Tilde copyrightman and the resulting improvement in his proficiency with flying energy. However, his dark-type moves were a weakness, despite dark-type being Murkrow's strongest talent. These moves could only be learned after reaching a certain level. Therefore, in order to increase Murkrow's damage output, Kane would consider choosing some dark-type moves. Another consideration was Murkrow's speed. While it was difficult to find a Poké Tilde copyrightman that could match it, it was not impossible. Moreover, as seen in the physical battle between Murkrow and the Beedrill leader, Murkrow's body had always been his weakness. It was a species flaw that could not be fixed solely through training. If Kane and Murkrow were to encounter a Pokémon that was equally fast and had a high attack, Murkrow could be killed in one blow. Even if they did not encounter such a Pokémon, Murkrow's fragility would make it a primary target in group battles. Therefore, Kane prioritized the selection of life-saving moves. At the same time, Murkrow possessed a hidden ability, Prankster, which increased the priority of its status moves. It was already a powerful ability and it would be a shame if it were not used to its fullest potential. Suddenly, Kane remembered something and took out a silver white box from his storage belt. It was the same box he had found with the treasure map and inside it was a trademark, likely of the normal type. He placed the box upon the counter and called out to the employee whose attitude had improved, "Please assist me in identifying what move this is." Hearing Kane's request, the clerk opened the box with suspicion and upon seeing the trademark inside, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression and think to himself, what a fortunate child. As the trademark was placed on the special device, words appeared on the electronic screen above. There was no attempt to conceal it from Kane, so he too saw what was written: Move, Screech, normal type status move. The explanation of the move read, "It emits a piercing sound that greatly lowers the opponent's defense." Kane was overjoyed. It was a stroke of luck that the trademark turned out to be Screech. Though this move was not as valuable as Protect or Substitute, it was still quite rare. Additionally, it was highly suitable for Murkrow, a high-speed, high-attack Pokémon akin to an assassin. The ability to drastically lower an opponent's defense by 2 stages was highly useful, particularly in group battles. Screech, paired with Murkrow's high attack and speed, could be used to instantly finish off an opponent and then retreat, perfectly aligning with Murkrow's fighting style. Kane had also considered trading for some status moves to improve Murkrow's fighting ability, and acquiring Screech had helped Kane save some points. It was no wonder that when the staff member saw this trademark, he couldn't help but mutter to himself about how fortunate Kane was. As someone who worked in an exchange center, he surely knew the value of this move, which was only slightly lower than that of moves such as Protect. Kane smiled at Murkrow. He believed that after this exchange was completed, Murkrow's fighting ability would be greatly improved. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Kane cast his gaze upon the exchange list. scouring it for the moves that would aid him in his quest. "I want these two," he announced, his finger tapping upon the coveted items. Dash move, protect type, normal category, status power, 0 description. Forms a protective shield around the body that completely blocks the opponent's attack for a certain period of time. It cannot be used continuously and has a cooldown of 10 minutes once used. Price, 5,000 points. Dash move, substitute type, normal category, status power, 0 description. Reduce your own health and create a clone, decoy to take an attack for yourself. Price, 4,000 points. The cost of these two moves was a steep 9,000 Team Rocket points, but as fate would have it, Kane had obtained a valuable green pocket copyrightman egg, thus rendering the cost a mere trifle. Without this stroke of luck, he may not have been able to trade for a Protect trademark even at the end of this trial. The staff member's eyes flicked with surprise as he watched Kane's emotionless face trade for TMs at such a high price. He couldn't help but think the young man didn't understand the true value of points. With deft fingers, the staff member unlocked the safe containing the TMs and retrieved two items that shone with a brilliant white light. He handed them to Kane with care. For Kane, these points were but a drop in the ocean. Without being converted into effective combat power, they were nothing more than a pile of useless data. But when converted, they held immense value. With the acquisition of both Protect and Substitute, Murkrow's chances of survival in battle were greatly increased. Coupled with his already impressive speed, as long as he did not encounter an opponent of vastly superior level, Murkrow would be a formidable force to be reckoned with. With 11,000 Team Rocket points still at his disposal, Kane set his sights on obtaining Murkrow's Dark-type moves. Without hesitation, he redeemed the powerful Dark Pulse move, spending a further 3,000 points. As a Dark-type special move, Dark Pulse possessed impressive power, a high hit rate, and the added bonus of potentially causing the opponent to flinch. Kane pondered for a moment before deciding to save the remaining 8,000 points. He could have traded for more moves, but it would have been fruitless. The difference between learning and mastering a move was vast. What Murkrow needed now was not to learn more moves, but to master the ones he had learned, so that they could be employed with ease in battle. Kane pondered for a moment before speaking. "I require a training device for flight-type Pokémon, one that can be freely controlled in weight, with an upper limit of 25 kilograms. Such a device would be ideal for Murkrow's training regimen." Murkrow had been using wood as a weight-bearing tool for some time, but as the bird grew stronger, it became increasingly difficult to find heavier wood to tie to his wings. Team Rocket's scientists had come across research on such a device, and while they had not been able to replicate the exact device, they had created one that allowed for free weight control. It had become one of Team Rocket's various training devices. This type of weight machine did not require a great deal of technology to construct and therefore was not costly. A training device with a maximum capacity of 25 kilograms cost only 200 Team Rocket points. "And let's get 10 Great Balls as well," Kane added. Each Great Ball worth 50 points, for a total of 500 Team Rocket points. He promptly stored them in his storage belt. Kane had not initially intended to capture any more Pokémon on this island, but after his conversation with the mysterious man, he had changed his mind. The final trial was not overly difficult for Kane, aside from Xander and a couple of others that presented a bit of a challenge. The rest were mere minions. But now, not only did Kane have to face the final trial, but he also had to complete some minor tasks for the mysterious man before the final trial. Though it might be a small task for the mysterious man, it could prove to be a difficult task for Kane. It was imperative that he begin training other Pokémon. After collecting the 10 Great Balls, he handed the magnetic card that represented his identity to the clerk, watching as it was swiped again and again, until there were 7,200 points remaining on the card. The exchange cost a total of 12,700 points, with the remaining 100 points used to check the talent of the Pokémon egg. The exclusive move learning machine was nestled in the corner of the exchange center, a marvel of the Pokémon world. It operated by transferring the move from a trademark directly into the Pokémon's mind, enabling the Pokémon to learn the move instantly. This was one of the most advanced technologies in the Pokémon world. The move learning device was available to use at no cost, but first, Kane replaced Murkrow's original Pokeball with a Great Ball. The space inside the Pokeball was transformed from a humble abode to a grand mansion. Though Murkrow hardly spent any time in a Pokeball, since Kane had the means, it was certainly a wise decision to ensure Murkrow's comfort. After Kane placed Murkrow in the Great Ball, he inserted the Great Ball into the slot of the move learning machine and retrieved the TMs from his storage belt. He then activated the machine and began using them, one by one. Fortuitously, it was nighttime and the exchange center was empty save for Kane and the employee. Had anyone else been present and witnessed Kane using all 4 TMs at once, they would have scolded him for his extravagance. For other Pokémon, it might have been considered greedy to learn so many moves at once, but for Murkrow, with his green aptitude, it was simply a matter of time before he mastered these moves. As the trademark was used, it reverted to a regular disc with no value. Each trademark took about a minute to use, and when the process was complete for all of them, Kane released Murkrow from the Great Ball core. As soon as he emerged, Murkrow immediately took to the air. For him, who rarely entered a Pokeball, it was spacious but not as comfortable as being outside. Smiling and stroking Murkrow's feathers, Kane asked gently, "How is it? Have you learned everything?" Though he knew it was impossible for Murkrow to not have learned, he asked nonetheless. Core. Murkrow nodded immediately. It felt incredible. Moves he had not known before had magically appeared in his mind, along with the knowledge of how to use them. It was as if they were his natural moves. As if to demonstrate that he had indeed learned them, Murkrow's eyes narrowed and a pale green energy shield enveloped his entire body. The shield shimmered for a mere 2 seconds before fading away. "Protect!" Kane exclaimed, his eyes alight with recognition. Protect was a staple for almost every Poké-copyrightman once their power reached a certain level. It was a valuable and efficient life-saving move that rendered one immune to damage unconditionally. To say it was a divine life-saving ability would not be an exaggeration. Murkrow attempted to use the move again, but found that he could not release it. Kane reached out to stop Murkrow from trying further, a smile playing upon his lips. "This move can only be used after 10 minutes. Come on, let's go back." With that, Kane took Murkrow and departed the exchange center, their silhouettes disappearing into the darkness of the night. As Kane left, the employee couldn't help but think that he was lucky to have been chosen by the mysterious man, not realizing that Kane knew more about the mysterious man's strength and status than he did. Kane was just uncertain if it would be a blessing or a curse. The Team Rocket base had always provided 300 rooms for trialists to stay in. On the door of each room was a number corresponding to the number of each trialist. Walking in the middle of the night, only the silhouettes of Kane and Murkrow could be seen under the moonlight. The dormitory rooms were arranged in a very regular manner, and Kane soon located the room that belonged to him. Although he had never stayed there before, the room was relatively clean, with a single bed, a small desk, and a chair. It was simple, but for Kane, who was accustomed to living outdoors, a soft bed was all he required. Kane lay down on the bed after locking the door behind him, groaning at the softness he had not felt in quite some time. Murkrow, who was also experiencing a human room for the first time, began to fly around with curiosity. In a man's situated in the heart of Team Rocket space, 2 individuals sat in an office belonging to Team Rocket's chief instructor, Viper. Viper held a precious luxury ball in his hand and gently wiped away the non-existent dust with a handkerchief. He gazed at the luxury ball with passion, as if it were a lover, finally saying, "I heard there's a boy you're interested in." The mysterious man sitting across the table was entirely concealed within his black robe. He did not move or respond. Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 28. The air between the 2 men hung heavy with silence, but it was a silence that was not at all out of place. The mysterious man, who was well versed in the ways of Team Rocket and its inner workings, was not surprised that Viper had uncovered his actions so swiftly. After all, this was his territory and all the people here were his men. If Viper had not known, it would have been a surprise indeed. With a low, muffled hum, the mysterious man gave his answer, and Viper, with his scarred face, smiled in response. The two of them were well acquainted, and Viper, as a senior member of Team Rocket, had some understanding of the mysterious man's identity and the shadow unit to which he belonged. The mysterious man's ability to notice Kane was a sure sign that there was something unique about the boy, but if the mysterious man did not wish to speak of it, Viper would not pry. As if sensing Viper's thoughts, the mysterious man hesitated for a moment before saying, "I felt a darkness from this boy, and a hint of familiarity." The two men paused for a moment, before the mysterious man spoke again, solemnly and with great weight. "The feeling he gave me was just like him." Viper, who had been leisurely wiping his luxury ball, heard the mysterious man's last words and his hand suddenly stilled, as if someone had hit the pause button. And so, they both came to a halt. After a few moments, Viper's hand trembled slightly before resuming his wiping motion. However, it was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that the words spoken had a great impact on his heart. The mysterious man, too, remained silent, knowing that what he had just said was shocking. "This is truly surprising," Viper said, his words coming slowly and with great effort. The him was none other than the leader of Giovanni's shadow unit, the most mysterious existence in Team Rocket, whose status was just below Giovanni's, a man who could be said to be below one person and above all others. And while outsiders may have known of the strength of Team Rocket's three senior executives, the invincible army of the four executives, and the insane trio called the Three Beasts, they did not know of the shadow unit within Team Rocket, a force that was more mysterious and terrifying than the rest. Not wanting to say too much on this subject, Viper coughed slightly to conceal his emotions. "Ahem, I heard you got an advanced aptitude Pokémon egg from him." With a subtle nod, the mysterious man reached under his black robes and produced a Pokémon egg, the same green aptitude Weedle egg that Kane had exchanged for points. Even as the deputy leader of the shadow unit, the mysterious man was hesitant to become too embroiled in the matter. "A Weedle?" Viper recognized the Pokémon egg at a glance. The mysterious man stretched out his hand, which only had 2 fingers left, and placed it on the egg, which gave off a warm feeling. "That's right," he replied. "He escaped under the hands of 2 senior elite trainers and lost 3 of his main Pokémon, while his other main Pokémon also suffered various degrees of injury and needed time to recover. With its rapid growth cycle, it can quickly become a formidable fighting force, and with a little training, it can reach the strength of a quasi-elite." The mysterious man continued. "Although its lifespan is relatively short, it's enough for a transition." He was well aware of Beedrill's weaknesses, but he never intended to train it as his main force. "What? Your Pokémon still need a long time to recover from their injuries?" Viper asked curiously, knowing that although the mysterious man's Pokémon were badly injured, he shouldn't have needed to raise new Pokémon. The mysterious man fell silent and sighed softly. "That's to be expected when you face a poison-type senior elite trainer. I don't know when they can recover, so I'll just treat this Beedrill as a backup plan." Hearing this, Viper understood the situation and said nothing more. Instead, he continued to polish the luxury ball in his hand. Once again, the two fell into silence. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Kane and Murkrow had not stopped training the night before, except that they had moved from the original wide-open forest to the small dormitory where they were now. The weight-bearing device resembled a small backpack and could be adjusted to the proper size, allowing Murkrow to stretch freely. When the load was off, the device was as light as a piece of clothing. The device was so small that, once fully attached to the body, it hid under Murkrow's feathers, making it virtually undetectable unless one looked closely. The weight of the device could be adjusted by remote control. Kane set it to 5 kilograms, which was the weight Murkrow usually used for training. Murkrow's body sank after Kane activated the device, and he had to flap his wings with more force to fly. However, unlike before, when 2 pieces of wood were strapped together and the weight was distributed only over the wings, the weight was now distributed evenly throughout the body, making it more comfortable than before and allowing every part of Murkrow's body to get a workout. "Let's keep it at this weight for now. It's not good to increase too much at once. When your body has fully adjusted to the weight, we'll increase it slightly," Kane said with a smile as he looked at Murkrow, who was quickly getting used to the new device. "From today on, if it's not necessary, the device will stay activated at this weight, so you'll have to get used to it gradually." Kane had always admired Murkrow's determination to improve his strength. He also wanted Murkrow to become stronger, but he still valued the thoughts of his Pokémon very seriously. If Murkrow wasn't the type of Pokémon that liked to fight, Kane wouldn't force him but would find a more suitable Pokémon. Murkrow was already excited at the prospect of becoming stronger with this device. Kane and Murkrow had a simple breakfast after a short morning exercise. By the time they left the room, the sun had risen and the doors of the previously occupied dormitories were opening one by one, with individuals emerging from them, all making their way to the square inches the center of the base. 7 days had passed and it was time for the second test, and almost everyone had returned and gathered in the square. The Team Rocket staff also began to appear one by one, and the Team Rocket grunts who kept order were also working hard to complete their tasks. After a week, about 120 of the original 150 or so people remained, while the other 30 or so were either still in the forest and unable to return or would never return. The innocent and youthful faces had vanished, and everyone had a cold and indifferent look, with a hint of madness in their eyes, as the cruel trial consumed the goodness, beauty, and innocence in everyone's heart. The square was divided into 4 areas. The largest number of people were in the area where Kane stood. Most of them were alone, but occasionally 2 people stood together with caution in their eyes. This area accounted for nearly half of the total number of trial participants. The second largest group of people was in the south of the square, led by none other than Xander. He was surrounded by a large number of strong people. When Kane looked over, he met the eyes of Xander, who had been staring at him for a long time. Xander gave Kane an evil smile and turned his head to look elsewhere. The third largest group was in the area to the west, led by a woman. Kane was struck by her pocket copyrightman size, which was a Zubat that was far bigger than the norm, and it was this that made an impression on him. The eastern corner was the least crowded, with only 9 people, led by a cheerfully smiling teenager. Although he seemed harmless, the coldness in his eyes caught Kane's attention. All 8 people around him seemed to be fooled by his appearance. None of them had the vision to see through his facade. If they had been born in the association, it wouldn't have been a problem, but this was Team Rocket, and this was a trial island with a high mortality rate. Betrayal was commonplace. As the minutes ticked by, the place began to quiet down. Chief Instructor Viper and his men also made their way to the high platform in the center of the arena. Unlike before, there were now 2 chairs on the platform, with Viper sitting on one and a mysterious black-robed man sitting on the other. "I didn't expect him to show up," Kane thought as he saw the mysterious man. As if sensing Kane's gaze, the mysterious man turned his head in Kane's direction, his face hidden beneath his black robe. But Kane could feel his gaze resting on his own body for a few seconds before moving away. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Viper's eyes scanned the field with a keen, assessing gaze. He nodded in satisfaction as he took in the expressions of the trialists, faces that had once been filled with innocence now contorted with determination and fear. But Viper paid little heed to the dwindling numbers. There were still more than enough trialists to meet his needs. Compared to previous years, the quality of this year's crop was high, and he was pleased to see that there were still over 120 left. Glancing at the man beside him, he gave a subtle signal to the grunts, signaling the start of the second test. The second test, like the first, was designed to measure the attack value. Though this test alone could not accurately reflect a trialist's overall strength, it was still a necessary benchmark. But as the trialists listened to the explanation of the test, they learned of a new, sinister rule. The last place in this and all future tests would be eliminated. Panic and confusion erupted in the square, as the trialists grappled with the implications of this rule. Many feared that their journey would end here and that their lives would be forfeit. Although only 50 people were able to pass the final trial, not all those who failed would be doomed to death. Team Rocket would not participate in such a costly endeavor. As long as the trialists survived until the end and met the standard of strength, they would be given the opportunity to start as low-ranking grunts. Though their resources would be limited, they would at least have their lives. And with the right connections, their journey might still not be over. But with the addition of this new rule, the plans of those who had hoped to survive until the end using this loophole were now in jeopardy. Each step forward could be their last, and one misstep could mean game over. Like a herd of sheep being pursued by a lion, the slowest among them would always be the first to fall. And so the flock would have to run faster, for no one wanted to be the last. This was the law of survival, the law of the jungle. Team Rocket had become the lion and the trialists the sheep, and those who fell behind would be devoured. The voices in the square grew louder, filled with the panicked cries of the weaker trialists. "Silence!" Viper bellowed, his frown deepening in anger. As a man who had risen from the ashes of countless battles, he despised the weak and their feeble cries. "If you don't want to take the test, don't take it. But know that you will be treated as last place." Under Viper's fury, the panicked discussions were silenced. No one wanted to be on the wrong side of a man who held their life and death in his hands. Under the direction of the Team Rocket's grunts, the trialists braced themselves and began to form a line. But no one wanted to be the first to take the test. The delay only served to darken Viper's mood further. The grunts, sensing their boss' displeasure, glared at the trialists with fierce eyes. They knew all too well the terror Viper was capable of. "I'll go first," a voice spoke up, belonging to Xander, who stepped forward with a disdainful look on his face, Ikens following closely at his side, exuding an aura of danger. With someone taking the lead, the rest slowly lined up. Under the arrangement of the Team Rocket grunts, Kane was placed at the back of the line. "Begin the test," the proctor shouted, standing next to the trial stone. Without hesitation, Xander stepped forward, Ikens by his side, ready to prove his worth. "Ikens, use bite." With a fierce hiss, Ikens coiled its body like a tightly wound spring before striking out with explosive force. Black light glowed at the tips of its fangs as it bit down on the trial stone with a single, powerful strike, before quickly retreating. Ikens' execution was meticulous, showcasing Xander's skill as a Pokémon trainer. Attack value, 258. The proctor announced, recording the result with a look of astonishment. An uproar erupted among the crowd. As expected from Boss Xander, the attack value is an impressive 258 points, almost 3 times higher than the 98 points in the first test. One of Xander's subordinates exclaimed in awe. "Holy shit, that's huge!" Another trialist exclaimed in shock. "This is not good," others muttered, feeling the pressure mounting. Xander's lips curled into a smirk as he strode off the stage, basking in the admiration of his peers. One by one, the trialists stepped forward to take the test, some leaving the stage elated and excited, others sad and dejected. Whenever a trialist learned that they were in last place, their faces would turn ashen, sweat pouring down their foreheads, their hands clenched tightly together as they stared at the other trialists, their hearts crying out for someone with a lower attack value to appear. And when that person finally did appear, they would almost collapse in relief, as if a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. And the new last-place trialist would repeat their actions, always hoping that someone with a lower value than them would appear. One by one, the trialists were put to the test, and in first place, as expected, was Xander with his impressive score of 258 points. In second place was Jasmine, the young girl with the gigantic Zubat, scoring 227 points. In third place was Alona, with chiseled good looks, and his pooch hyena scoring 225 points, just 2 points less than Jasmine, a surprise to many. In fourth place was none other than the young man who had previously been branded as a smiling tiger by Kane, a young man who always wore a sunny grin, yet hid a dark heart underneath. His name was Suraz, and he scored 215 points with his coughing. And finally, it was Kane's turn to take the test. Xander, who had been watching from the sidelines, wiped away his contemptuous smile and grew serious. Even Viper and the mysterious man sitting next to him leaned forward in interest. What kind of result would this kid, who always seemed to surprise others, achieve? As Kane stepped onto the stage, several of the other trialists recognized him. "It's him. "The one who came in second place last time," someone shouted immediately. "I wonder what his score will be today." Another said curiously, "Che, what can his score be?" "Those little tricks are useless now," a third said sourly. "In the first test, because Kane used a trick to get second place, he fell from 10th to 11th place, missing out on 100 Team Rocket points." "That Murkrow isn't weak." Of course, those with good judgment could tell at a glance that Murkrow was definitely not weak, based on its size alone. Ignoring the chatter around him, Kane calmly said, "Murkrow, full power, wing attack." With a powerful flap of his wings, Murkrow let out a scream and flew straight at the test stone. The surging flying energy was under his control as it gathered on his wings. Boom! Without the slightest pause, and without using any tricks, Murkrow's wing attack made firm contact. After a few moments, a single line appeared above the trial stone: attack value, 265. The proctor, unable to contain his surprise, swallowed hard and took a deep breath before shouting, "Attack value, 265 points, currently ranked first." Next, immediately, gasps could be heard throughout the silent crowd. 265 points. Damn! Could the trial stone be malfunctioning? One of the trialists cried out in shock. Their impression of Kane had always been that of an opportunistic second-place finisher in the first test, and his true strength was only on par with theirs. But this test had proven them all wrong. They knew that Kane was a loner, with no help or resources, yet he had managed to achieve such a score. Xander, too, was stunned. He had met Kane once before and knew that he was not the opportunist that others had claimed, but had real strength. However, he had never expected Kane's score to be higher than his own. Could it be that the wilderness can make people grow so fast? Xander began to doubt his own approach. Was gathering a group of people better for his growth than practicing in the wilderness? Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Xander's subordinates trembled with fear, particularly the one who had dared to call for Kane's arrest the previous day. Sweat dripped down his face as he shivered, grateful for Xander's intervention to prevent any rash actions. Though this trial did not fully reflect a person's strength, it was still a clear indication of a portion of it. Could an average trialist withstand such a powerful attack? Kane, however, was indifferent to the thoughts of his peers. As soon as he activated his AI system, he knew that none of them would be able to keep up with him. It was a confidence that belonged solely to him. He descended from the stage, Murkrow by his side, and made his way to a corner, leaning against a pillar and closing his eyes. He had no interest in the results of the other trialists. Viper, perched on the podium, scowled. He was not surprised by Kane's result, but it irked him that someone had been favored by the mysterious man next to him to achieve such an outcome. In his opinion, the result was even a bit low. However, there was one small detail that caught his attention. This Murkrow. It seems Viper's suspicions were not fully confirmed, and he turned to the mysterious man for clarification. The mysterious man understood Viper's doubt, and though he was slightly taken aback, he nodded, his hoarse voice echoing from beneath his black robe, "You are correct, it is carrying a load." Viper was almost certain of his suspicions, but he was impressed that this boy had been able to raise his flawed Murkrow so well in such a short amount of time. Adjusting his seat, Viper said, "Oh, then this boy is quite impressive. If your shadow unit does not take him in, may I have him?" The mysterious man's lips curled upward under his black robe as he asked, "What do you think?" Viper pouted, "How tedious. You shadow unit people always take things so seriously." He was well aware of the rules of the shadow unit. Until the mission set by the shadow unit was completed, no one from Team Rocket could interfere, unless the mission failed or the selected person died. From the moment Kane accepted the reserve member medal given to him by the mysterious man, he was considered to be half a member of the shadow unit. The members of the shadow unit were generally very exclusive, even within Team Rocket. Of course, the mysterious man and Viper were exceptions, as they had been close friends before joining Team Rocket. Therefore, as long as Kane did not complete the shadow unit's mission, or as long as Kane was not judged to have failed the mission, the rest of Team Rocket would have no right to accept him into their team. Even the top executives were subject to this rule, set by Team Rocket's boss, Giovanni himself. As the most powerful force within Team Rocket, every member of the Shadow Unit was carefully selected. "Be careful what you say, Viper." The mysterious man's tone became more serious when he heard Viper's words. Although he and Viper were good friends, he had a deep respect for the Shadow Unit and for Giovanni. Even Kane admired Giovanni. He was the most charismatic person Kane had ever met, exuding a natural charisma like true royalty. If Kane had truly been from this world and had grown up in Team Rocket, he would have undoubtedly become one of Giovanni's loyal followers. However, as an outsider to this world, Kane had a natural resistance to Giovanni. Nonetheless, in his previous life, Kane had immense respect and admiration for Giovanni. Team Rocket was just a small organization in the Kanto region more than 10 years ago, when the head of Team Rocket was Giovanni's mother. Team Rocket didn't have much power back then, as evidenced by the fact that Giovanni's first copyrightman was only a Beedrill, who would have used a Beedrill as their child's first copyrightman if they had vast resources. However, that Beedrill ended up becoming the strongest Beedrill in the world, using resources that could have trained a few pseudo-legendary copyright Monday. In short, Team Rocket, which was a small regional organization a decade ago, had become the largest and most powerful evil organization in the Kanto region in just 10 years. The rest of the underground organizations were either eliminated or absorbed, making Team Rocket the most dominant force in the region, aside from the Copyrightman Association. This was a testament to Giovanni's abilities as a leader and a skilled Copyrightman trainer. He was able to battle champions head-on without losing, earning him the nickname Giovanni of the Land. As the first group that Giovanni created after becoming the leader of Team Rocket, it could be said that the Shadow Unit was raised by Giovanni himself. With his charisma, it was no surprise that the members of the Shadow Unit worshipped him. Viper knew that he had crossed a line with the mysterious man, but he did not take offense to the obvious warning. In the eyes of the rest of Team Rocket, the members of the Shadow Unit were considered fanatics, willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, and it was best not to cross them if possible. After a brief exchange, the two men fell back into silence. The test was quick, consisting of each person and their copyrightman attacking the trial stone and recording the data. Soon, everyone was finished. The final rankings were as follows. First place, attack value, 265 points, Kane. Second place, attack value, 258 points, Xander. Third place, attack value, 227 points, Jasmine. Fourth place, attack value, 225 points, Alan. Fifth place, attack value, 215 points, Saraz. 123rd place, attack value, 45 points. There was little change in the top few places. Kane and Xander remained at the head of the rankings, pulling away from the rest of the trialists. As for the last place, he had only a pitiful 45 points. Even in the first test, he had been in the middle of the pack. Although his copyrightman was a Ratata, a properly trained and nurtured Ratata could still produce explosive attacks, as seen in this test where the highest-ranked person with a Ratata reached the top 10. With an ashen face, the last-ranked trialist stood frozen. He never expected to be the lowest-ranked, muttering "No way, no way, no way" in disbelief. He didn't react until the Team Rocket grunt in charge approached him menacingly and grabbed his shoulder, ready to take him away. The trialist struggled fiercely, but he was no match for the well-trained and battle-hardened Team Rocket grunt whose iron-like hands held him in a vice-like grip. "No, no, 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 give me another chance. Give me one more chance." Crying out and begging for mercy was useless. Snot and tears were streaming down his face, and a yellow liquid was oozing from between his legs, emitting an unpleasant odor. But it was all in vain. "Ratata, come and help me." He finally realized that, as a trainer, he had his own copyright Monday. But before the Ratata could act, two large Mightioners appeared right in front of it, baring their teeth and giving it a deadly stare. The Ratata wanted to save its trainer, but it was too afraid to move. "Take care of it." Viper, sitting on the platform, witnessed the scene with indifference and even a hint of annoyance. He was tired of wasting resources and unmotivated trash. What was the point of training a rat-atter with some value if it was only at this level in the hands of someone like this? Under the merciless gaze of the two might-tiners, the rat-atter lost its life. Seeing his last hope die, the trialist gave up all resistance and was dragged away from the crowd by the Team Rocket's grunts. There was no doubt in anyone's mind as to his eventual demise. In front of everyone, Team Rocket once again showed their ruthless side, treating human life as nothing more than insignificant. Kane watched the scene unfold without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It was just one life. Dozens of people had died by his hands. Which Team Rocket member didn't have the blood of a few lives on their hands? He had once thought that Team Rocket was just like in the anime, that they would just show up and then be sent flying, but that was just the fantasy of the anime. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, that's a good tactic. Kane thought silently to himself. Kane had a certain understanding of what Viper was doing. He was just warning those who were fooling around. If you don't move forward, you will die. For the powerful trialists present, there was no ripple in their hearts, and apart from a slight touch of contempt, they didn't think much of it, as such things had nothing to do with them anyway. It was like the well-known catfish effect, where a group of sardines would all die if left alone in a net, but if a catfish was put in, all the sardines would begin to swim away under the deterrent of the catfish, avoiding the catfish's predation, which ultimately resulted in the sardines reaching the fish market alive and fetching high prices. Today, they were like sardines, and Team Rocket was the catfish, and only under the relentless prodding of the catfish could all the sardines stay alive and sell for high prices. Only then could all the trialists work harder to improve and allow Team Rocket to acquire potentially stronger individuals. Comment 1. Vote 2 left. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The end of the test had been as uneventful as an evening spent in the company of a drowsy, with only the top 10 trialists summoned to the stage, swiping their ID cards to receive a mere 200 Team Rocket points each. To others, such a trifle might have seemed a bountiful reward, but to Kane, who still had over 7,000 points to his name, it was but a drop in the ocean. Team Rocket's point control was as strict as a gym leader's regimen, and it was only by a stroke of luck that Kane had come across a rare green aptitude Pokémon egg, aided in no small part by the AI system, that he had been able to accumulate 20,000 points so swiftly. Others were not so fortunate. The main way to earn points in Team Rocket was still by completing missions, for that was the most stable source of points. Catching rare talented Pokémon or finding various rare items to trade for points, however, was a game of chance, dependent on one's luck and vision. Kane's advantage was that he had an AI system, which made it impossible for him to remain unaware whenever a rare talented Pokémon appeared before him. Thus, compared to others, Kane's most stable way to gain points was by catching different Pokémon, and the only thing that could limit him was luck. But, as with all things, there are times when one should be ostentatious and times when one should keep a low profile. For if one were always to catch rare Pokémon to exchange for points, what would others think? How could someone tell the talent of a Pokémon without using any instruments? Would they not ask to be dragged off to the lab to be studied? Thus, the crowd gradually dispersed, their faces sullen, for what had just happened was like a time bomb, constantly reminding them that they had to work hard. After this incident, everyone's level of effort would have to go up a notch, and if they did not work harder, they would die. Viper and the mysterious figure garbed in black robes had already departed the square, surrounded by a phalanx of Team Rocket grunts. For men of their status and position, trifling matters were of little concern, and of course, their minions would see to it that everything was taken care of. Had it not been for the fact that the quality of each batch of trialists affected Viper's annual income, he would not have deigned to be troubled by a group of small children. Would a supposed elite-level powerhouse be bothered by a band of recruits not even worthy of a normal coach's attention? Besides wanting to accompany Viper to assess the quality of this group of trainees, the mysterious man also had another motive. He wanted to learn more about Kane. Though he had bestowed upon Kane the Shadow Unit Reserve Member Medal the day prior, He knew little about him as a person and thus used the test as an opportunity to observe him, and from the results, it seemed Kane still met his minimum standards. As Kane was making ready to depart, Xander and his subordinates blocked his path. The first to step forward at the sight of trouble was, of course, Murkrow. Not to be outdone by Murkrow's display, Xander's Ikans coiled its body slightly, not in fear, but in its most terrifying attack stance. The most terrifying moment when facing a snake is not when it opens its mouth wide and bares its fangs, but when it curls up and tightens its muscles, showing that it is ready to strike at any moment, its muscles going from taut to slack, like the release of a tightly drawn bow. Kane stroked Murkrow's feathers gently, gesturing for him not to be nervous. Watching Kane's actions, Xander raised an eyebrow and also gestured to his Ikans not to get too excited. With a flicker of light in his eyes, Kane scanned Ikans data with his system. Pokemon, Ikans, light green, gender, male level, 16 type, poison ability, intimidate held items, none-egg moves, pursuit, poison fang, scary face basic moves, wrap, leer, poison sting, bite, glare taunt moves, snatch technical machines, TMs, double team. The reason it was slightly weaker than Murkrow was partly due to its light green talent, which was one order lower than Murkrow's, and partly because of its innate species strength. Although species strength is a theoretical concept that does not have a critical effect on the Pokémon as long as it is trained well, it must be said that there is a difference in strength between different species. After all, what would be the point of distinguishing between a pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Dratini and a common Pokémon like Piggy? Was there truly no difference? Even more surprising to Kane was that the Ikans had learned Double Team. He remembered that the price at the exchange center was 1,000 Team Rocket points. Kane guessed that Xander's subordinates had also contributed a lot of their points, so that Xander could actually scrape together 1,000 points in a week. Kane and Xander both remained silent, each waiting for the other to speak first. Meanwhile, those standing behind Xander also kept their mouths shut, especially those who had acted arrogantly yesterday. "I did not expect to end up underestimating you," Xander said with a straight face. He had originally believed that no one in the trial could compare to him, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Had Kane not interfered, Xander would indeed have continued to rise to the top, as evidenced by his previous life where he was on the verge of becoming a Team Rocket executive. Kane also somehow knew what Xander was thinking. Xander had thought that he would be the protagonist, but now that he had been surpassed by Kane, he was sure that his inner resentments would begin to boil over. But even if he knew what was coming, Kane wouldn't do anything to change that. "So what now?" Kane said indifferently, his face remaining as impassive as a sphinx. Xander's face gradually clouded over, feeling Kane's indifference towards him as a form of contempt. As Xander's expression changed, his subordinates all lowered their heads and played ostrich, too afraid to speak up. If they were facing anyone else in this situation, as Xander's lackeys, they would have certainly jumped out and cursed, but in front of Kane, they did not dare to do so. Who would dare to provoke a man who could rank higher than even Xander? Xander also saw the behavior of his subordinates, and his face grew even darker. Kane stood before him, calm and quiet, waiting to see what he would do next. As Xander's face grew darker and darker, his heart was not at ease either, as he realized that his greatest asset right now was his older brother, a senior officer of Team Rocket. But since Xander was determined to surpass his brother, he did not want to use his brother's name to pressure others. However, even if he did, he wouldn't necessarily be able to scare Kane away. HMPH. Without a word and with a cold grunt, he turned and quickly walked away. If he stood there any longer, he was afraid that he might not be able to control himself from making a move. As for whether he could beat Kane, Xander himself was not sure. When Xander left, his subordinates quickly followed in his footsteps without the slightest hesitation, as if they would be devoured by Kane if they stayed there any longer. After Xander led his subordinates away, another group of people approached Kane, led by none other than the fifth-ranked Ceres, the young man with the sunny smile. Kane frowned when he saw Ceres approaching. He approved of a true villain like Xander more than a hypocrite like Ceres. Ceres laughed cheerfully as he approached, "Ha ha, Kane, you're amazing, taking the top spot in one go. You've shocked a lot of people." He reached out to pat Kane on the shoulder. Seeing Sarez's actions, Kane's eyebrows furrowed again and he took a step back, avoiding his hand. Sarez's face became slightly embarrassed when his hand hit nothing but air, but he recovered in an instant, smiling again, yet deep in his eyes a cold glint was barely concealed. With a sneer in his heart, Kane said, "What is it?" "Ha ha." Sarez laughed to hide his embarrassment. Usually, as long as he kept smiling, everyone would show him a little courtesy. He hadn't expected to be humiliated by Kane. He continued, "It's nothing important. I've just accepted a mission that's worth a lot of points, so I'd like to ask if you're interested in joining me. I'm afraid I'll have trouble completing it alone, but don't worry, the points we get will be split equally between the two of us." A mission that required two people to complete? Was it taken specifically to get closer to himself? Kane laughed coldly in his heart. This really was a lousy tactic. Not interested. With just those words, Kane turned away without looking back, leaving Sarez with only the view of the back of his head. Watching Kane walk away without hesitation, Sarez's smile immediately froze. His back was turned to his subordinates as his face grimaced, but he quickly returned to his original smile. "Since Kane isn't interested, it's better if we do it ourselves. After all, we're still on our own." Sarez turned to his subordinates and said. Immediately, his subordinates sighed with disappointment that they hadn't been able to get Kane to join the team. Wasn't it just a mission where Sarez led them and shared their points with Kane? It was he who suffered the loss. Comment 1. Vote 2 left. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. As Kane turned to depart, a glimpse of Sarez coughing caught his eye. Pokemon, coughing, dark yellow, gender, male, level, 17, type, poison ability, levitate, held items, none, neg moves, stockpile, basic moves, poison gas, tackle, smog, smoke screen, assurance, clear, smog, taught moves, haze, technical machines, TMs, none. The creature, though relatively strong and clearly well trained, seemed to lack a certain spark of natural talent. "He's quite capable," Kane muttered to himself. He knew that a person with such cunning would generally fare well, so long as they were not exposed. And with that thought, Kane made his way once more to the exchange center. The test had just finished, and the place was yet to be crowded. Upon entering, the employee who had assisted him the day before recognized him immediately. Under the employee's questioning gaze, Kane simply nodded and gestured for him to lead the way to the mysterious man. The staff member was more anxious than Kane, knowing that the mysterious man had returned a while ago, while Kane was nowhere to be seen. He breathed a small sigh of relief when he saw Kane had finally arrived. With a quick look around to ensure no one was watching, he used his knuckles to tap a rhythmic code on the hidden door. Creak. With a faint, crisp sound, the hidden door opened. He motioned for Kane to hurry inside. After passing through the doorway, Kane and his companion, Murkrow, found themselves in a long, dark hallway, where a few lit candles gave off a faint light to guide their way. The silent journey continued for a few minutes before they finally reached a large room. Half of the room was lined with bookshelves, and at a cursory glance, it was estimated that there were thousands of books. It was not easy to get such a large number of books in a place like Purgatory Island. A desk lamp was placed on a desk in the middle of the room, and the mysterious man in black robes was sitting in front of the desk, reading carefully, as if unaware of Kane's arrival. But Kane was not naive enough to believe that, and he gestured for Murkrow to land on the floor. He then respectfully walked over to the desk and waited for the mysterious man to finish reading. The mysterious man, noticing Kane's actions, allowed a small smile to play at the corners of his mouth, hidden under his black robes, before continuing to read his book. Time passed, and just as Murkrow was beginning to grow impatient, the mysterious man slowly raised his head. Looking at Kane, and then at Murkrow, his hoarse voice slowly rang out, "Help me retrieve an item, and I'll reward you with 10,000 points upon your return." With that, he took out a map from his pocket and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Kane without awaiting a response. Kane's pupils constricted as he saw the hand with only 2 fingers left exposed from under the black robe. He was all too familiar with this type of injury, the aftermath of a poisonous attack. To be able to inflict such a gruesome injury on the mysterious man, who was at least at the level of a senior elite, and force him to amputate his fingers, it was hard to imagine how strong the opponent must have been. Quickly suppressing his emotions, Kane took the map handed by the mysterious man and looked at it carefully. It had to be said that compared to the previous crude treasure map, this one was extremely detailed. Every landmark along the way was drawn in great detail. Without keeping the mysterious man waiting too long, Kane nodded, tucked the map into his storage belt, and said, "Yes, sir." With an indiscernible nod, the mysterious man waved his hand, signaling for Kane to leave. Without hesitation, Kane took Murkrow and prepared to depart. Suddenly, the mysterious man lowered his head and said, "My name is Umbra." Hearing Umbra's words, Kane lowered his raised foot and replied respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Umbra." Only after seeing that there were no further instructions from Umbra, Kane and Murkrow slowly left the room. As they stepped out of the hidden doorway, Kane's eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden change of light after being in darkness for so long, so he closed them for a moment, silently muttering to himself, "Umbra." After quietly leaving the exchange center, his thoughts turned to a rumor that had circulated within Team Rocket in his previous life. The two deputy leaders of Team Rocket's shadow unit were named Tenebria and Umbra. It was said that they were two orphans raised by Giovanni himself, and that he had given them those names. There were still traces of the existence of the two deputy leaders of the shadow unit, but the so-called leader of the shadow unit had never been seen by anyone other than Giovanni. It was even rumored that the position of the leader of the shadow unit had been left vacant because no one had the strength to meet Giovanni's requirements. Kane shook his head and smiled bitterly. All of this was too far removed from him. It was best to focus on completing the shadow unit's test mission. In Umbra's eyes, Kane didn't know the significance of the medal, because he had always hidden it very well. Kane was not averse to joining the shadow unit. Although the dangers he would face would be relatively greater, the opportunities and resources were also directly proportional, so it did not go against Kane's original intentions. But would the task Umbra had set for him really be that simple? This is just the beginning. Huh? Kane thought with a bitter smile. Various supplies needed for the journey were prepared. Dressed in a white Team Rocket uniform and wearing his exclusive belt, Kane set out as a member of Team Rocket. Kane and Murkrow departed unnoticed, following the route mapped out by Umbra and disappearing into the forest. Purgatory Island was a semi-developed forest area, and as one of Team Rocket's most valuable assets, it was not overexploited for its various resources. The forest was well protected with a policy of long-term sustainability. The trees in the forest were tall and leafy, and the dense foliage overhead let only patches of light on the ground. As a result, the occasional cloud that would appear and block out the sun would make the forest seem a bit dreary. Due to the favorable environment, the forest was full of Pokémon that had been active for a long time and had left various tracks. If one could spot these Pokémon tracks, it would make traveling through the forest much easier. As Kane and Murkrow ventured deeper into the forest, the number of Pokémon increased, especially grass-type Pokémon, who quickly hid when they saw them approaching. Scattered Weedles and Caterpies slowly climbed up trees or diligently nibbled on leaves in anticipation of an early evolution. Even a few Spinneracks and Ladybirds could sometimes be seen. Then there were the Piggies and Spearows, hiding in the canopy, occasionally coming out for a life-and-death chase with the bug-type Pokémon in the trees. Of course, in addition to Pokémon, there were many wild animals that often appeared in front of Kane. The AI system was always on, and any Pokémon that entered its detection range could not escape the system's scan. Even the well-camouflaged grass-type Pokémon were exposed, allowing the system to create a detailed data map. Since they were still at the edge of the forest, the Pokémon that appeared were not particularly powerful, and even if they were numerous, they posed little threat to Kane and Murkrow. Since it was already afternoon when they left, and the map showed that the distance was clearly not less than a day's journey, Kane planned to find a place with a water source, sleep there overnight, and continue tomorrow. With some luck, Kane managed to find a small, clear stream before nightfall. From the Pokémon footprints that covered the soft ground around it, Kane could tell that this was a safe place. Choosing a spot about 10 meters from the stream, Kane began to build a fire and set up his tent. Before setting out on this journey, Kane had prepared a tent, plus some bits and pieces of daily necessities and medical supplies, which had cost Kane a total of 200 points. Of course, the most expensive part was the medical supplies, which included some antidotes. Since he had the means to make himself more comfortable in the wilderness, Kane certainly wouldn't mind spending a little. After all, no normal person would want to live like a savage all the time, right? While Kane was setting up the tent, Murkrow was not idle either. He had been wearing the weighted device and training constantly. Flying around quickly, Murkrow picked up fallen branches and increased his speed to the extreme. He had fully integrated training into his life. Soon the sun had set, the tent was pitched, and the crackling and slight popping of the fire continued. Murkrow's food bowl had also changed from the original crude wooden one to a silvery metal bowl with a poke block inside, emitting a faint lemon-like scent. Kane drank his oatmeal, made from freshly boiled water with bread that had a milky aroma. The life of both man and Pokémon was completely different from what it had been a few days ago, going straight from the caveman era to the 1980s. Chapter 33. The stillness of night enveloped Kane and Murkrow as they drifted off to sleep in their tent, lulled by the melodic chirping of insects and the gentle rustle of leaves. When they awoke, the sun had risen, casting its fiery red glow upon the sky like a swollen, angry face. They set about rekindling their fire, preparing a nourishing breakfast, and beginning their daily training regimen. Kane focused on strengthening his body, while Murkrow honed his moves, knowing that dedication and persistence would ultimately lead to success. For, as the old saying goes, the work of the year must be done in the spring, and the work of the day must be done in the morning. And so, they trained with renewed vigor, knowing that their morning efforts would yield twice the result with half the effort. Murkrow had recently acquired 4 new moves from TMs, Protect, Substitute, Screech, and Dark Pulse. Each required extensive practice and mastery to be used effectively in battle. Except for Protect, which could not be trained in the traditional sense, the other 3 moves all required a significant amount of training in order to be used proficiently. Only through mastery could these moves truly be wielded in combat. Of particular importance were the 2 life-saving moves, Protect and Substitute, crucial for survival in the wild. Dark Pulse, as Murkrow's primary Dark-type move, was also a move that required constant training. All 4 moves were essential, each serving a unique purpose in various situations. In addition to these new moves, Murkrow also needed to continue training Wing Attack, which he had only recently acquired. Though the weight he carried had been strenuous, the constant training of his wings had naturally improved the power of his Wing Attack. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse on the large tree in front of you, commanded Kane, having completed his own training session and now lending his guidance to Murkrow's targeted training. Hearing the command, Murkrow nodded and focused his energy. An aura of pure malevolence radiated from his body as a wave of pitch-black dark energy gathered around him. With a surge of malice, he unleashed the energy onto the tree, crashing into it with formidable force. The ground trembled and the leaves rustled in the wake of Murkrow's Dark Pulse, as deep, jagged scratches marred the trunk of the tree he had targeted. A sinister hiss echoed through the clearing, the added effect of the dark energy. You see the damage caused by Dark Pulse now, don't you? That tree is still left standing with only some broken bark. Against most foes, the effects of the move may not be so striking, Kane observed, but don't be discouraged. You've just learned this move. With practice and control, you'll be able to focus the energy, making it all the more powerful. You'll be able to defeat even powerful psychic and ghost-type copyrightmen with this move of yours. Murkrow nodded eagerly, determined to master this powerful move. Once again, the aura of malice surrounded Murkrow as he gathered the dark energy. Instead of releasing it wildly, he focused on controlling the spread, condensing the energy for maximum impact. After a few moments, when the energy had reached its peak, Murkrow unleashed Dark Pulse upon the tree once more. Bang! The ground shook less violently this time, but a finger-sized black hole appeared on the trunk of the tree, smoke rising from the wound. The attack was much more powerful than before. Murkrow was pleased with the progress he had made and determined to continue perfecting this move. Kane watched with pride as Murkrow's control of Dark Pulse improved, nodding in satisfaction. It was clear that Murkrow possessed a natural talent for energy control, a skill that could only be honed through constant exposure and training. Well done, Murkrow. By controlling the concentration of energy and minimizing unnecessary losses, you've increased the power of the move. Though the release time is still too slow, with more experimentation, you'll improve. Keep up the good work, Kane praised Murkrow, knowing that recognition and encouragement would only drive the Pokémon to work harder. Murkrow eagerly accepted the praise and redoubled his efforts. Kane couldn't help but smile, feeling honored to have such a gifted Pokémon under his tutelage. After an hour of training, Kane and Murkrow set out on their journey once more, the main objective being to fulfill Umbra's request. But basic training could not be neglected, for it would be a waste of both time and life. Murkrow, feeling refreshed after consuming some Pokeblocks, quickly regained his peak condition, even his aura appearing slightly enhanced. The invisible effects of Pokeblocks were undeniable, allowing for recovery in mere minutes as opposed to hours. With consistent use of Pokeblocks, the gap between Murkrow and other Pokémon would only continue to widen. The effectiveness of Pokeblocks made Pokémon breeders a highly sought-after commodity, even if they could only make the most basic Pokeblocks. A Pokémon breeder might not possess great strength, but they should never be underestimated. The relationships they hold and the favors they are owed by powerful individuals, like a hornet's nest, should not be trifled with. Kane and Murkrow had strayed from their path the day before in search of water, and now they must retrace their steps. As the sun rose, the forest came alive with the activity or Pokémon emerging under the warm rays. The entire forest teemed with vitality and energy. As they journeyed deeper, the Pokémon they encountered became fewer in number, but more alert and aware of their surroundings. Though, from time to time, they would come across injured Pokémon lying on the ground or in trees, or even corpses. Kane and Murkrow paid little attention to these sights, but as they delved deeper into the forest, they remained vigilant, with Murkrow ever ready to strike. Their journey was made easier by the system's scanning function, ensuring that no Pokémon could get too close to Kane without being detected. In truth, under the system's scanning, Kane had become aware of several Pokémon deliberately approaching him, even trailing him for quite some time. As he came to a stop, a pincer suddenly lunged out of the undergrowth, aiming for the vulnerable Kane. Murkrow, ever vigilant, reacted in an instant, using a combination of tailwind and feint attack to send the pincer flying. Kane couldn't help but laugh at the pincer's failed ambush, recognizing it as the same Pokémon that Murkrow had defeated before. But this time, it had learned from its mistake and wisely targeted Kane first. However, it was a mistake still, for even without Murkrow, the system had detected the danger and Kane's body was tensed and ready to dodge at a moment's notice. But the pincer had come prepared, as 3 more pincers leapt out of the surrounding grass upon hearing the cry. According to the system's scan, they were roughly as strong as the one before them. Kane laughed. How interesting, they've come as a group for a rematch. A few days ago, Murkrow had been able to defeat one of these pincers, let alone now that Murkrow has grown even more powerful. Even if he were to face these 4 pincers together, they would be easy to defeat. Cry. The 4 pincers exchanged glances, and with a mutual understanding, they advanced on Kane as one. Having suffered defeat before, they knew that the seemingly weak creature before them was their greatest threat. Murkrow, screech, Kane commanded calmly, his expression unchanged. Comment 1. Vote 2 left. Chapter 34, Core. A piercing screech echoed through the forest, causing the pincers to wince in pain. Never before had they heard such a near-splitting sound, one that seemed to resonate in their very minds. Their bodies trembled involuntarily as they felt their hard exoskeletons weaken under the force of the noise. Murkrow, let's see the fruits of your labors, said Kane, a hint of devilry creeping into his voice as he pulled a remote control from his belt. With a wicked grin, he pressed the button, releasing Murkrow from the weight-bearing device that had held him back. Instantly, Murkrow felt his body lighten and soar, propelled forward by tailwind. Caw, caw. He cried out in exhilaration, feeling as though he had become one with the wind itself. He had never expected that his training would yield such swift results, but after only a few days, his speed had increased dramatically. As he flew past, Kane couldn't help but smirk. At this velocity, the pincers ahead were nothing more than sitting ducks. Murkrow, stop playing around. Use Gust to hold down those two pincers in front of you, and then rush to take care of the two behind you with wing attack, ordered Kane. Murkrow nodded in understanding and, with a fierce flap of his wings, he summoned two powerful whirlwinds, halting the pincers' advance. Without hesitation, he turned and flew towards the pincers at his rear, his flying energy gathering around his wings. With a whistling sound, he appeared before them and, with a swift slash of his wings, sent the pincer on the left crashing into a tree, where it lay motionless. One-hit kill. With the defenses of his enemies weakened by Screech, Murkrow unleashed all of his might in his attack. Flying moves, already super effective against bug-type Pokémon, dealt double damage to the pincer, felling it in a single blow. But the remaining pincer was not so easily defeated. Roaring in rage, it slammed its horned head into Murkrow with a move called Vital Throw. Murkrow, use Protect. Follow that up with another wing attack and finish it off, commanded Kane. Obediently, Murkrow activated the mysterious energy stored within his body, creating a flowing, light green shield around himself. Though the shield shattered under Pincer's attack, it had done its job, stopping Pincer's move. With wings thick with flying energy, Murkrow struck Pincer without warning, the sound of cracking armor filling the air as the creature flew backwards and fell to the ground, joining its fallen companion. The two pincers that had been halted by Gust broke through, their scratched armor testament to the damage they had suffered. In disbelief, the pincer who had come seeking revenge watched as his two companions were defeated, unable to comprehend how Murkrow had grown so powerful. Murkrow, continue using Gust and then charge in for wing attack to finish them off, ordered Kane. With Gusto, Murkrow unleashed two more whirlwinds, enveloping the pincers once more. Without hesitation, he obeyed Kane's orders, rushing into the whirlwind and unleashing a blinding light from his wings with two resounding bangs as the pincers were thrown out of the dissipating whirlwind, defeated. Caw. With a fierce cry, Murkrow paid no heed to the two pincers that lay defeated at his feet. It was the first time since joining Kane that he had fought so well. Kane stroked Murkrow's head fondly, his smile tinged with a hint of scolding. This is just the result of a short period of training. Don't let it go to your head and continue to work hard, he said, pleased with Murkrow's strength but wary of his pride. Caw. Murkrow croaked, eagerly assuring Kane that he was not proud, but only a little excited. Ha ha, very well, Kane laughed, ruffling Murkrow's feathers. You have seen the benefits of your usual training, have you not? He teased. Murkrow nodded eagerly, his small eyes shining with adoration. He was on the verge of becoming Kane's devoted follower. Ha ha ha. Kane flicked his finger against Murkrow's head and picked up the remote control, waving it in front of Murkrow. Are you ready to have the weight put back on? Murkrow froze, not yet having fully relished the feeling of being unencumbered. But he understood that Kane's intentions were good and, with reluctance in his heart, he nodded his agreement. Kane, noticing Murkrow's reluctance, knew it was not yet time for Murkrow to let his guard down. He reactivated the weight at the same 5 kilograms as before, and Murkrow immediately felt his body become heavy and his height drop slightly. But he quickly adjusted and was back to his previous position. Having grown accustomed to the weight, he was soon able to move normally. Under the scan of the system, Kane was surprised to see that Murkrow had leveled up after the battle. I'll keep quiet and let Murkrow believe it's the result of the weight training, so he'll train harder in the future, Kane thought to himself. One of the benefits of fighting in the wild was that there was no need to tidy up the battlefield afterwards. As the excitement of battle died down, the forest fell into silence. Seizing the opportunity, Kane and Murkrow quickly departed the area. This battle had been a small interlude, the only gain being that Murkrow had leveled up once again. Kane always checked his surroundings against the landmarks on his map to ensure they stayed on course. 4 hours had passed since the battle with the pincers, and they had traveled 30 kilometers deep into the forest when they completely left the periphery and headed towards the central circle. The trees in the forest grew taller, with thicker trunks and more lush leaves, and the gaps for sunlight were becoming smaller. As a result, the temperature dropped and a piercing chill filled the forest. The tracks of the Poké-Copyrightman were still visible, but those of weaker ones like Weedle and Caterpie were nearly imperceptible, and there were no signs of conflict between Piggies and Spearows. As the strength of the Poké-Copyrightman increased, and Murkrow's aura wasn't enough to deter them, more and more Poké-Copyrightmen followed them whenever they ventured into their territory. Just as Kane was gathering berries from a tree, a Raticate emerged from the ground and launched a vicious attack. Kane was caught off guard as the system couldn't scan through the ground, but thanks to his honed reflexes, he was able to escape with only a shallow cut. The Raticate was level 20, and its front claws were used for digging all year round. If Kane hadn't dodged in time, it would have left a nasty wound on his hand, or even caused permanent disability. Enraged at the sight of Kane's injury, Murkrow launched a flurry of attacks, throwing all manner of moves at the Raticate. The Raticate, thinking Kane and Murkrow were easy prey, was caught off guard and fell under the storm of attacks, its face frozen in shock. It had bitten off more than it could chew. Despite the easy victory against the level 20 Raticate, Murkrow was not pleased. Kane, fortunate enough to have brought enough medicine, bore the pain and quickly treated the wound, cleaning it with water, disinfecting it with spray, and wrapping it with gauze. He did not make a sound throughout the process. In his previous life, Kane had developed excellent wound management skills, having been injured often, so he was used to such things. A human was vulnerable against a Poké-Copyrightman, and the slightest mistake could cost him his life. He couldn't rely too much on the system, which had a small scanning range and couldn't give timely feedback against a Poké-Copyrightman that either attacked from a long distance or moved very quickly, especially not against those Poké-Copyrightmen that were underground. Kane had thought that after defeating the Raticate, everything would be fine, but he had not expected to have stirred up a hornet's nest. One by one, Raticates emerged from the ground and bared their teeth at Murkrow, unwilling to let go of the Pokémon that had dared to harm one of their own. Comment to comment. Vote to left. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. The already incensed Murkrow did not hold back, unleashing his fury upon the Raticates with precision under the orders of his trainer, Kane. But as the battle raged on, more and more of the rodent beasts appeared, overwhelming Kane and Murkrow. Realizing that they had stumbled upon a rat's nest, Kane quickly ordered a retreat, knowing that they would not be able to fend off the hordes for much longer. With the Raticates hot on their heels, Kane and Murkrow fled through the dense underbrush, dodging obstacles and narrowly escaping the grasp of the relentless creatures. The average level of the colony was around 20, with a few Rattatas mixed in, but it was these smaller beasts that proved to be the most dangerous. Nevertheless, Murkrow was not one to be outdone. With the Raticates unable to keep up with his speed, he took turns unleashing Gust and Dark Pulse, decimating the ranks of the Raticates and leaving them nothing but easy targets for his practiced moves. As the Raticates realized that they would not be able to catch up to Kane, they retreated underground, angry and defeated. Panting heavily, Kane collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. "My body's still too weak," he thought to himself, sweat pouring down his face as blood seeped through the bandages on his wounded hand. It was only now that Kane had the chance to look around and realize that he had strayed from the original path in his haste to escape the Raticates. The most important thing now was to find his way back to safety. After catching his breath, Kane set about tending to the wound on his hand. Consulting his map, he realized that he had strayed too far from the path, and that any further could have led him to an area not even marked on the map. But just as he began to feel ill-fated, a sound caught his ear. Whoosh! The sound of clear, Flowing water came to him intermittently from a distance, and a hint of water vapor filled the air. Kane quickly realized that there was a small waterfall nearby, the furthest point marked on his map, and so, with a moment's thought, he decided to make his way to the water source to recover. Blood had begun to flow again from his freshly torn wound, which had begun to turn white from the sweat that had soaked it. Following the sound of running water, Kane led the weary Murkrow, pulling a few pokeblocks from his belt to feed him. As they finally reached the waterfall, Kane was amazed by the scene before him. The waterfall cascaded straight down, releasing a thick mist. The sky-high ancient trees were luscious and green, and the sunlight, originally blocked by the forest, shone brightly, creating a small rainbow in the mist, making the scene even more picturesque. Noticing Kane and Murkrow's arrival, the Pokémon that had been playing in the water quickly jumped in, and the birds that had been looking for food fluttered their wings and flew away, leaving the previously lively valley a bit cold. But Kane didn't seem to mind, and continued on his way into the unexplored valley, the mist falling on his face, providing a touch of coolness and comfort. Only one Pokémon remained indifferent, lying dumbly by the river, its little pink tail resting in the water and its eyes staring straight ahead. That pink Pokémon was none other than Slowpoke. Kane stared in amazement at the Slowpoke, who was not in the least afraid of him. As he got closer, Slowpoke's silhouette became clearer in the fog. "Wait, what?" Kane exclaimed in surprise after finally getting a full view of the figure. Although the color of this Slowpoke's body was still pink, there was a hint of white in that pink. More white than other Slowpokes. Could it be a shiny Slowpoke? A glimmer of light shone in Kane's eyes as the system's scan activated, and the Slowpoke's data appeared before him. Pokémon, shiny Slowpoke, green, decreasing, gender, male level, 20 type, water plus psychic ability, oblivious held items, none neg moves, rest, rain dance, teleport basic moves, curse, yawn, tackle, growl, water gun, confusion, disable taunt moves, calm mind, psyshock technical machines, TMs, none green aptitude. And it's actually decreasing? Kane was struck by the incredible potential of this Slowpoke's moveset. It was a veritable repository of psychic-type moves. In particular, teleport was a highly practical move, useful for both escape and pursuit. Even as an ordinary Slowpoke, its value would be greatly increased with this move at its disposal. From this perspective, this Slowpoke possessed top-notch psychic talent. Slowpoke remained calm as he looked at the human and the flying black Pokémon. He was used to this kind of reaction, as he was born with a different color than other Slowpokes. Though Slowpokes were not particularly xenophobic, every time he interacted with them, or any other Pokémon for that matter, they would look at him strangely, as if he were some rare creature. But to Slowpoke, he was nothing but a Slowpoke. Not only that, but his personality was completely at odds with the entire Slowpoke community. Slowpokes were lazy and didn't even bother to move when an enemy appeared, but his personality was so active that if an enemy appeared, he would be the first one to rush out and fight. After living with the Slowpoke community for 2 years, he was finally rejected for being too active. While all the other Slowpokes were lounging in the sun, he was training. When all the other Slowpokes were asleep, he was training. Even when all the Slowpokes were in a daze, he was training. He was at odds with the entire Slowpoke community. After numerous unsuccessful attempts to negotiate with the leader, he finally decided to leave on his own. He hoped to change, hoped to learn to stay dazed for a day like the other Slowpokes, and then return to his community. So when Kane and Murkrow approached, Slowpoke remained motionless, mimicking the behavior of a true Slowpoke in this scenario. His active mind prevented him from completely stilling his thoughts, but he had learned to imitate a Slowpoke more and more. To others, it may have seemed like a joke that a Slowpoke had learned to imitate being a Slowpoke, but to him, it was all that mattered. He wanted to be recognized by his people, and he wanted to stop feeling alone. But Kane was unaware of all this. What he saw was a Slowpoke with incredible talent, though he seemed no different than any other Slowpoke. And without hesitation, Kane had decided to catch this Slowpoke. Murkrow, come on, say hello to your future companion. Use Dark Pulse. Kane said to Murkrow with a smile, his determination to catch this Slowpoke unwavering. Whether it was its green aptitude or the moves it possessed, It was enough for Kane to act. Murkrow nodded, excited at the prospect of a new companion. But when it came to fighting, he wouldn't hold back. If it couldn't even withstand one of his moves, it wasn't fit to be his teammate. Thick malice engulfed Murkrow, bringing with it a series of black threads that quickly converged. Dark Pulse couldn't be unleashed instantly, but after a morning of training, there was still a significant improvement. Psychic-type Pokémon were 2x restrained against Dark-type Pokémon, so when the dark energy gathered, Slowpoke sensed it immediately. A feeling of disgust overcame his heart for the type of energy he despised the most. Slowpoke dropped his disguise as his originally dull face instantly became dignified, and a look of intelligence appeared in his large eyes. Seeing the change in Slowpoke, Kane couldn't help but think that there was indeed something different about him. But this wasn't the time to be surprised. Murkrow's Dark Pulse had gathered, and as the malice spread, it targeted the Slowpoke who had just gotten up. Even though Dark Pulse was directed at him, Slowpoke did not panic. His years of battle experience allowed him to react with ease. His mouth opened slightly and a stream of water shot out, fast and vicious, like a bullet from a gun. It slipped past the Dark Pulse move and headed straight for Murkrow. Bang! Dark Pulse slammed into Slowpoke, causing him to scream. Battle intent and ferocity gradually appeared in his eyes as his true nature, hidden under the veneer of sluggishness, was revealed. Bang! The water gun also managed to hit its target. Murkrow hesitated to unleash another Dark Pulse, not expecting this Slowpoke to trade injuries instead of dodging. Chapter 36. Kane once again switched off the weight training device for Murkrow, so as not to hinder him in his upcoming battle. Slowpoke may have been strong, but his true forte lay in his psychic moves. Would these be effective against the Dark-type Murkrow? Still, Slowpoke was not one to be underestimated. As the battle raged on, he grew more determined, using Water Gun to great effect. As the two clashed once more, Murkrow struggled to catch his breath while Slowpoke lay defeated on the ground. Though exhausted, his bright eyes still gleamed with excitement and satisfaction. Kane, ever the attentive trainer, kept a watchful eye on Slowpoke, studying him as the battle progressed. He couldn't help but notice the lone Slowpoke's unique personality, and think that it was not just his physical appearance that set him apart from other Slowpokes. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse again, Kane commanded. Let's give our future companion a chance to rest. Kane, having observed Slowpoke's limits, knew that one final Dark Pulse, dealing twice its normal damage, would be enough to defeat him. Though tired, Murkrow could still manage a few more moves. The more proficient he became, the faster Dark Pulse formed as he sent his final attack at Slowpoke. Despite Slowpoke's defeat, the battle had only served to fuel his obsession. Even in his last moments of consciousness, he longed for the fight to continue. With a swift motion, Kane threw a great ball at Slowpoke as he lost consciousness. Watching as it shook on the ground, the red light at its center flashing wildly, a sign of the turmoil within. Follow me, Slowpoke, and there will be endless battles to be fought, Kane said, as he watched the great ball finally come to a rest. He reached out and grabbed the ball, releasing Slowpoke in front of Murkrow's eager eyes. A bright light flickered and a pale pink Pokémon emerged as the ball opened. Slowpoke was conscious, but his injuries still prevented him from moving. Kane sat down on the wet ground, gently lifting Slowpoke onto his lap. He looked into the Pokémon's hesitant and frightened eyes and spoke softly. Don't be afraid, Slowpoke. From now on, we are companions. This is Murkrow. Though you fought him before, you must get along in the future. Murkrow cawed in agreement, not wanting to upset his new companion. Yardong tilde, Slowpoke weakly yowled, showing that he held no ill will towards Murkrow. In fact, he found the battle to be exciting and was pleased with his new companion. Murkrow was visibly relieved by Slowpoke's response and couldn't help but circle around the injured Pokémon, eager to get to know his powerful and battle-hardened companion. Kane smiled as he watched the two communicate. He reached for a healing spray from his belt and generously applied it to Slowpoke's wounds. Even the stubborn dark energy scars began to fade. Yardong tilde, Slowpoke cried out in joy, looking at Kane with a shy expression. The obsession and madness he had displayed in battle were nowhere to be seen. Kane laughed and pulled out a yellowish square poke block, the same citrus berry poke block that Murkrow had once used to restore his talent. Slowpoke's round eyes widened in excitement as he swallowed the poke block in one gulp, showing an intoxicated expression. Slowpoke held that expression for over a dozen seconds, feeling something stir within him. He had been trying to imitate the normal Slowpokes since leaving his community and had always felt that his body was weak. He could only use 80% of his total strength, but after eating the poke block, he felt as though he could use 90%. Though he was not yet back to his peak, he was still amazed. "Slowpoke, it seems you have taken a liking to these poke blocks," Kane said. "But I must tell you one thing. Stop trying to imitate other Slowpokes. You are who you are, be true to yourself." Kane suspected that part of the reason Slowpoke's talent had begun to decrease was because he had started to abandon his true self in an effort to imitate others. "Yardong, Yardong," Slowpoke yowled, understanding the kindness in Kane's words. There was no contempt or disgust, indicating that Kane did not mind that he was different from other Slowpokes. Slowpoke finally let down his guard and showed his true self. Although he still had the appearance of a Slowpoke, his eyes became sharper. They were no longer dull, and as the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Slowpoke's eyes were the best reflection of his inner thoughts, and his desire to fight was no longer suppressed. Kane smiled. The only way for Slowpoke to become his true self was to stop hiding. So what if he was different from other Slowpokes? Time would prove who was right and who was wrong. Slowpoke's talent, once decreasing, now changed to a state of recovery with the use of the citrus berry poke block and his discovery of his true self. He would need to continue consuming citrus berry poke blocks for some time, and his injuries would also need time to heal, as even with the help of the healing spray, he wouldn't be able to fully recover in a short period of time. As for Slowpoke's future growth, poke blocks would have to be specially crafted for him. Kane had already gleaned some ideas from the system's database on the combination of water and psychic-type poke blocks, though such recipes were relatively uncommon. "Can you walk on your own, Slowpoke?" "Let's find a new place to make camp," Kane said, looking around at the humid surroundings. It was not a suitable place to stay for long. The nearly 40 kilograms Slowpoke, who stood at a meter tall, was not someone Kane could easily carry. Yardong. Slowpoke nodded, but instead of moving, a faint blue light emanated from his eyes and Kane felt the weight on his body begin to decrease until Slowpoke was seen floating about 10 centimeters off the ground. With Slowpoke floating beside him and Murkrow flying overhead, Kane led the way out of the valley and found a relatively dry and flat area. After a longer than usual search for dry wood, a campfire was built just in time for noon, and Kane began to prepare lunch. Slowpoke was injured, so Kane asked Murkrow to catch some fish to help him recover. After placing the fish next to the flame, Kane pulled out his poke-block making tools, which he hadn't used in a while. All the berries needed to make citrus berry poke-blocks were already on hand, so under the watchful eyes of Murkrow and Slowpoke, Kane made all the poke-blocks Slowpoke would need in one sitting. Now all that remained was to wait for them to solidify. Luckily, there were some citrus berry poke-blocks left over from the previous batch, so Slowpoke could start eating them right away to restore his talent. Comment 6. Vote to left. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. For trainers of elusive creatures known as Poké-Copyrightman. A Poké-Copyrightman's talent was just as crucial as its attitude towards battle and training. As the wise once said, hard work can overcome even the worst of luck, and this held a grain of truth. But let us not forget, success is not solely reliant on effort alone. It is a delicate balance between natural talent and diligence. A single % of raw talent can make all the difference, like a chasm in the sky, the greatest obstacle to be overcome on the path to victory. So, when Kane stumbled upon a Slowpoke with a rare green aptitude and a fierce love for battle, he knew he had found a true gem. His Murkrow also saw a boost in power during their recent battle, now standing at a commendable level 17. A truly remarkable growth rate. With these two powerful creatures by his side, Kane felt a renewed sense of confidence. And with Slowpoke's unique egg move, Teleport, he had a safety net against even the strongest of opponents. As the aroma of freshly roasted fish wafted through the air, Slowpoke's nose twitched, his eyes fixated on the meal. He had never experienced such a tantalizing scent before. The fish, seasoned with just the right amount of spices, was so succulent that Slowpoke's mouth began to water uncontrollably. Caw, caw, Murkrow called out, noticing Slowpoke's reaction, and flew over to him, patting his head gently with his wings. A hint of pride shone in his eyes, pride in his trainer. Yard dong, Slowpoke responded in a friendly manner, as if asking about the fish, if it was delicious and when he could partake. Caw? Murkrow was taken aback by Slowpoke's inquiries, as all he had ever known was to eat. He certainly didn't know when the fish would be ready. Kane couldn't help but smile as he watched his two Pocket Tilde copyrightmen interact. Though he couldn't understand their language, he knew the meaning behind their communication. And so, with their eager eyes upon him, he removed the fish from the fire and placed them in 3 bowls, for each of them. As soon as Murkrow received his bowl, he began to devour it, not even pausing to remove the bones. With his powerful digestive system, they posed no threat to him. Yard-dong Slowpoke gazed at the feast before him, swallowed, and let out a joyful cry, his eyes imploring to Kane, "Is this for me?" Reaching out to gently stroke Slowpoke's smooth pink head, Kane smiled and nodded, "This is all for you, enjoy." Slowpoke had never tasted anything so delicious, and no one had shown him such kindness since his birth. Tears of gratitude streamed down his big, round eyes as he devoured his meal. He ate with such haste, finishing his portion of 3 roasted fish before Murkrow had even finished his own. Murkrow, too, soon finished his meal with a satisfied burp, though at a more leisurely pace. "Well done, now that you've both had your fill, it's time for Murkrow to begin training. Slowpoke, you rest and recover for now." Kane decided that since they were spending the day here, he didn't want to waste any time. Murkrow had recently learned Dark Pulse and needed constant practice to master it. On the other hand, Slowpoke needed to not push himself to train, even if he desired to. He needed time to heal, not only his physical injuries but also his talent, which could limit his growth in the future. Only once his body had fully recovered would he be able to participate in training again, and only then would the Pokeblock be able to help him maximize his talent recovery. Yard-dong Slowpoke looked on enviously as Murkrow trained hard. He yearned to join in, but he knew he couldn't. He didn't dwell on his defeat, but he blamed himself for not training harder and felt he had wasted too much time. But even if he wanted to train, Kane wouldn't allow it, knowing that with his current condition, it would only worsen his injuries. Noticing the forlorn expression on Slowpoke's face, Kane smiled and stroked his head. "No need to rush, first heal your body, and if you have nothing else to do, use confusion to lift that rock." He gestured towards a large rock, measuring roughly 2 by 1 meters in size. Confusion is a psychic-type move that uses weak telekinetic force to inflict damage. It may also confuse the target. In the previous battle, when Slowpoke had realized that his psychic-type moves were ineffective against Murkrow, he had refrained from using them. Despite his injuries, the psychic energy within his body was abundant and there would have been no negative repercussions if he trained only confusion. Upon hearing Kane's words, Slowpoke nodded in understanding. Though he had never trained his psychic-type moves before, he knew they were something that could be honed. A brilliant blue light shone from his round eyes, and the distant rock seemed to be enveloped in a divine aura as it slowly lifted into the air. Had Kane known that Slowpoke possessed such formidable psychic-type moves and yet had never trained them, he would have been truly astounded. As Kane watched both Murkrow and Slowpoke immerse themselves in their training, he was able to enjoy his lunch in peace. The tranquil afternoon soon gave way to a bustling one for the trio. Murkrow and Slowpoke were so engrossed in their training that they couldn't stop, and Kane had to begin making a new type of Pokeblock for Slowpoke. When the citrus berry Pokeblock was finished, it was time to begin consuming the special water and psychic-type Pokeblocks. The magic blue Pokeblock, a unique Pokeblock chosen by Kane that amplified the absorption of water and psychic energy, It had a sweet taste and was a transparent cube of a light blue hue. As for why Kane still used his handmade wooden tools to make poke blocks, it wasn't because the Team Rocket Exchange Center didn't have any specialized tools. It was because these tools have no other purpose than to make poke blocks, and if Kane had bought those tools that specialized in making poke blocks, it would have been suspicious and caused unnecessary trouble. There was no way to explain how an orphan who had never been exposed to copyrightman could make poke blocks. Therefore, even though his speed in making poke blocks was slightly slower, the quality was satisfactory, and there was no need for those specialized tools. As for the tools required to create advanced poke blocks, Team Rocket did not have any in stock at the exchange center on this island. With the precise guidance of the system, Kane meticulously cut, ground, crushed, stirred, and separated all the ingredients to create the poke blocks. The process was smooth, without the slightest pause. As each step was completed, the system prompted for the next. In just 2 hours, Kane had crafted all the poke blocks Slowpoke would need for the next few weeks. Gazing inside the tall containers, Kane had to wait a bit longer for them to solidify and become valuable intermediate poke blocks. During these 2 hours, Murkrow and Slowpoke also continued to train. Even though he was occupied with making poke blocks, Kane still paid attention to them, and after completing one, he would offer them a few pointers on how to train so that they would take as few detours as possible. Though he had not trained a Slowpoke in his previous life, he had the knowledge and insight to see through the shortcomings of his Pokémon, especially Murkrow as his first Pokémon. Even though Kane eventually gave up on Murkrow, there was no denying that he had invested a considerable amount of time and resources in him. Slowpoke, on the other hand, was a water psychic type Pokémon, and Kane had some understanding of psychic-type Pokémon, so he knew how to train Slowpoke's undeveloped psychic-type moves. Once Slowpoke's body was fully healed, Kane would have some confidence in completing Umbre's mission. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the level of Pokémon would increase, and aside from the necessary battles, the trio would have to try to avoid encounters with higher-level Pokémon as much as possible. Even if they couldn't, Slowpoke's teleport would help them get out of sticky situations. Slowpoke gradually regained his strength after a few hours, and under Kane's guidance, he added physical exercise and water-type moves to his training routine. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Bang! The sky erupted with a clap of thunder. As a streak of lightning sliced through the blue expanse above, as if summoned by the storm, a dark cloud appeared on the horizon, gradually growing larger and larger until it consumed the entire sky. Slowpoke, always attuned to changes in weather, turned to Kane and tugged at his trousers with his stubby, pale pink hand, yapping Yardong, Yardong as he pointed at the sky, signaling that a heavy rain was on its way. I know, we need to find shelter, Kane said, understanding the urgency of the situation as the thunder boomed again. Slowpoke's eyes lit up with an idea and he tugged at Kane's trousers again. Yardong, Yardong. Oh? You know where we can take cover? Kane watched Slowpoke's movements and, as always, was able to understand his Pokemon's message. Murkrow, come on. Follow Slowpoke to find shelter, Kane called to Murkrow, who had been training nearby. Slowpoke, now mostly recovered from his injuries, floated gracefully as he led Kane and Murkrow to the waterfall. As the rain began to pour, Pokémon, including Magikarp, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Goldeen, Seeking, and others common to the Kanto region, surfaced from the water. Kane paid little attention to these mostly red and orange aptitude Pokémon, as Slowpoke led them to the lake below the waterfall. The humidity was suffocating, and even a short stay made them feel damp. Murkrow, with his glossy black feathers now soaked, struggled to flap his wings as they stuck together, making him feel as though he were underwater. Murkrow flapped his wings in irritation, trying to shake the moisture from them, but the water vapor clung stubbornly. Slowpoke, noticing Murkrow's disgust, floated over to the waterfall and pointed at it, shouting Yardong. Are you saying there's a cave hidden behind this waterfall? Kane asked, looking at the waterfall with newfound interest. Slowpoke nodded, and a blue light flickered in his eyes as he used confusion to create a path through the waterfall, large enough for only one person to pass through at a time. Seeing Slowpoke's strained expression, Kane and Murkrow quickly made their way through the newly created passage and into the cave behind the waterfall. Once inside, Slowpoke relaxed his control and allowed the waterfall to crash down on him, the impact feeling like nothing more than a slight sinking sensation. That was incredible, Slowpoke. Thank you for your hard work. Kane praised the psychic-type Pokémon as he and Murkrow ventured deeper into the cave. Kane, always eager to explore unknown areas, suspected that this was where Slowpoke had been living all along. It wasn't uncommon for him to discover new places, as he often ventured out of the water. Unlike the humid environment outside, the deeper they went into the cave, the drier it became, likely due to the waterfall acting as a barrier, keeping the water vapor out. Murkrow, now free from the oppressive humidity, rushed through the cave to dry his feathers. As they explored, the sound of rain and the roar of the waterfall created a natural symphony in the wilderness. The Pokémon in the lake and on the shore became more active as the rain fell. Kane approached the waterfall, but found it difficult to see outside clearly, so he turned to Slowpoke and requested that he use confusion to create a small opening in the waterfall for a better view. Amidst the common Pokémon such as Magikarp and Goldeen, one stood out in particular. "Is that?" Kane exclaimed in wonder as his eyes fell upon the Pokémon swimming by. With colorful, iridescent scales covering its slender body and two long tentacles adorning its head, it was hard not to be awestruck by the creature. Its fan-like tail glimmered in the rain, adding to its majestic appearance. Milotic. "I never expected to find a wild Milotic here," Kane said, his mind racing. Milotic, the evolved form of Phoebus, could only evolve if the Phoebus held a rare prism scale. As these scales were extremely hard to come by, it was extremely unlikely that an average Phoebus with low combat power could obtain one, making the appearance of a wild Milotic almost impossible. Kane remembered that no one in the entire Pokémon Association had yet discovered that Phoebus could evolve into the beautiful Milotic, and many believed that such an elegant Pokémon couldn't have an unevolved form as hideous as Phoebus, which couldn't even be compared to a Magikarp. For a moment, Kane felt a pull towards capturing this Milotic. Though he didn't know its level or talent, he knew that any Pokémon that could evolve in the wild couldn't be ordinary. But as quickly as the impulse arose, he suppressed it. Kane knew that if he were to attempt to capture this revered Milotic in the rainy conditions, without even knowing its level, he and his Pokémon would be rushing to their deaths. Shaking his head and letting go of the idea, Kane continued to watch the other Pokémon in the water. Aside from the stunning Milotic, there were a few other rare Pokémon that caught his eye, but the ones that impressed him the most were the Squirtles. Kane was taken aback to discover a colony of wild Squirtles on the island. The association had always closely guarded the three-starter Poké Tilde copyrightman unique to the Kanto region and would swiftly move and to capture any wild colonies to prevent them from spreading. However, despite the association's efforts, there were always some wild colonies that managed to evade their grasp, and occasionally a trainer not affiliated with the association could come across a starter Pokémon in the wild, but it was incredibly rare. Kane realized that, as this was Team Rocket's hidden island, the association wouldn't be able to intervene, so it was not unusual for a colony of wild Squirtles to live here. Determined to take advantage of this opportunity, Kane decided that after the rain stopped, he would search for this colony of Squirtles and, with any luck, catch one with exceptional talent. With Slowpoke, Kane was not worried about the resources needed to raise a new Pokémon. After this trial, he would return to his old profession as a Pokémon hunter and, with the help of the system, he would be able to earn more than enough resources. But this peaceful scene was soon interrupted by the arrival of another Pokémon. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed as a massive Pokémon, a Gyarados, appeared in the lake, creating a powerful current in its wake. Its intimidate ability sent the other Pokémon into a panic. Milotic hurriedly swam in front of the other Pokémon, trying to calm the enraged Gyarados. But Gyarados paid no attention, his nap having been disturbed by the cheerful Pokémon, and he needed a fight to vent his anger. Roar! A yellow light gathered in Gyarados' mouth as it prepared to unleash its devastating Hyper Beam attack. Milotic bravely fought back, creating currents of water as it deflected the attack. Chapter 39. The distant roar of the battle between Milotic and Gyarados echoed through the forest, sending shivers down Kane's spine. Phew, what a terrifying battle, Kane thought to himself. It's a good thing I didn't go out and try to catch that Milotic. Judging by the aftermath, both Pokémon are over level 40. As the battle faded into the distance, the frightened Pokémon went into hiding and the lake calmed down. Kane asked Slowpoke to release his hold on the waterfall and returned to sit deeper in the cave to wait for the rain to stop. I wish I could get back to that level of fighting so I wouldn't have to be at the mercy of others, Kane pondered, as he looked at Murkrow and Slowpoke by his side. But in this life, I will never give up on you guys. He silently made a promise to them. The rain eventually stopped and the trio left the cave behind the waterfall. With Slowpoke's help, the forest was damp, but the water droplets had given it a new atmosphere, and with the sunlight just breaking through the dark clouds, it felt as if the forest had come to life. Kane led Murkrow and Slowpoke away from the lake area and decided to take a walk along the river, in search of the Squirtles he had seen earlier. The Pokeblocks were made and all that remained was to wait for them to solidify completely, and take advantage of the sunny weather. The heavy rain had caused the path to the waterfall to flood, leaving Kane and his Pokémon to trudge through the uneven grass. The fresh, clear water after the rain, however, proved to be a boon for finding water-type Pokémon, but to Kane's disappointment, most of the Pokémon he encountered were common species such as Magikarp and Goldeen. Kane couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment as he searched for the valuable starter Pokémon, knowing it was a matter of luck whether he would be able to catch one. After walking along the river for over a dozen kilometers, there was still no sign of the Squirtles, but there were a few rare water-type Pokémon. However, with the exceptional Slowpoke by his side, Kane didn't see the point in wasting resources on average Pokémon. I guess it's lucky just to have met Slowpoke, Kane mused as he trudged through the damp grass. The thought of having such a talented Pokémon by his side made him content. As he looked up at the darkening sky, Kane knew it was time to turn back. But just as he was about to do so, an unexpected event occurred. A pale blue Pokémon, dressed in flowing water, leapt out of the river and landed not far in front of Kane. Goljuck! Kane exclaimed, recognizing the Pokémon that had suddenly appeared. It was a Goljuck that he hadn't seen before during the rainstorm. In fact, he hadn't seen any Psyducks at all during that time. With the sudden arrival of this Goljuck, Murkrow quickly appeared in front of Kane, followed by Slowpoke. Kane could sense the strength emanating from the Goljuck, and a faint light flickered in his eyes as the Goljuck statue appeared before him. Pokémon, Goljuck, yellow. Gender, male. Level, 38. Type, water. Ability, damp. Held items, none. Egg moves, Mud Bomb, Yawn. Basic moves, Aqua Jet, Water Sport, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Confusion, Fury Swipes, Water Pulse, Disable, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Soak, Psych Up. Taught moves, Hydro Pump, Iron Tail, Ice Punch. Technical machines, TMs, none. Kane's expression turned serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. I never thought I would come across a level 38 Goljuck, what bad luck. He had believed that after the battle between Gyarados and Milotic, there would be no more powerful Pokémon in these waters, so he felt comfortable searching for the Squirtle colony, but he never expected a level 38 Goljuck to appear out of nowhere. Unknown to Kane, this Goljuck was the true ruler of this area, and the previous Gyarados and Milotic were merely passing through. Due to their power, Goljuck had not dared to reveal its flock of Psyducks, but now, seeing that the wind and waves had calmed, it emerged to confront Kane and his Pokémon who were leisurely wandering through its territory. Those two powerful Pokémon could afford to provoke me, but now you little things dare to do so as well. Goljuck thought in contempt as it looked at Kane and his Pokémon. It had its own way of judging the strength of other Pokémon. Although these two Pokémon had a sturdy aura, they were still too young in his opinion. As the overlord of an area, Goljuck didn't want to take on weak Pokémon like Murkrow and Slowpoke, but it needed to vent its anger, And who better than the trio right in front of it? I'll show you who owns this place. Goljak roared inwardly, as a wave of water energy fluctuations gathered in its mouth. The torrent of water continued to overflow. As it accumulated energy, Kane couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Do you need to accumulate your power to deal with us? You want to kill us all at once, don't you? These thoughts flitted through Kane's mind, but he had no time to dwell on them. Slowpoke, teleport, let's go. Seeing that Goljak was about to make its move, Kane quickly issued the command. Yardong. Slowpoke sprang into action, enveloping Kane, Murkrow, and himself in a mysterious blue wave as the psychic energy in his azure eyes coalesced. Goljak, who also possessed psychic-type moves, instantly sensed Slowpoke's actions and stopped accumulating its power, launching Hydro Pump instead. A thick column of water shot out of Goljak's beak, reaching Kane in the blink of an eye. Murkrow, use Protect. Kane gave the command just in time, and the light green energy shield appeared around Murkrow, expanding to block Hydro Pump completely. Slowpoke, faster! Kane shouted, seeing that Murkrow would not be able to hold on much longer, as Hydro Pump continued to be released under Goljak's control. Yardong. Slowpoke also noticed the situation and disregarded the upper control limit of his psychic energy. The blue light in his sharp eyes skyrocketed as the mysterious energy fluctuations surrounding them grew stronger. Kane looked at Goljak with cold eyes, and a strong killing intent surged in his heart. In an instant, the psychic energy fluctuations reached their limit, and Kane, Murkrow, and Slowpoke disappeared before Goljak's eyes. With no barrier to stop it, Hydro Pump crashed into the ground, leaving a deep crater about 3 meters in diameter. Goljak watched helplessly as the weak bugs disappeared before its eyes, and he felt that its majesty as an overlord had been dealt another blow. But when he thought of Kane's eyes, an inexplicable chilliness welled up in its heart. Goljak couldn't help but shudder and abandoned its intention to search for them. With a swoosh, it plunged back into the water and disappeared. With a fluctuation of psychic energy, the trio reappeared in the cave behind the waterfall. Murkrow stumbled and fell to the ground, exhausted after barely holding on. Slowpoke also slumped to the side, his spirit exhausted. Kane's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he said, "There really are a lot of powerful Pokémon in this forest." He helped Murkrow up, fed him a few poke blocks, and then let him rest for a while. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind to restore your psychic energy. Kane spoke with a hint of apology after looking at the sluggish Slowpoke. If Slowpoke hadn't violently exploded his psychic energy at the last moment, things wouldn't have gone so easily. Yardong. Slowpoke closed his eyes after a faint cry and began to use Calm Mind. A slight wave of psychic energy appeared around him. Not only could this move increase the user's special attack and special defense in battle, but it could also increase the effects of psychic energy during normal training. Comment 11. Vote to left. Chapter 40. After arranging Murkrow and Slowpoke, Kane's expression became somber. Disaster had struck without warning as they simply strolled beside the river. The proud Murkrow sat in silence, wounded both in body and spirit, while Slowpoke, new to Kane's team, berated himself for not being stronger and better able to protect his companions. Slowpoke held Kane in high esteem, for it was he who had saved Slowpoke from a dire fate and encouraged him to embrace his individuality among his kin. In the stillness of the cave, a man and his Pokémon ruminated on their defeat. But Kane was the first to rally. He knew that their failure was due to a lack of power and vowed to rectify that. Murkrow and Slowpoke, sensing Kane's determination, slowly opened their eyes and looked to him for guidance. "Come now, don't despair," Kane comforted them. "With hard work and training, we shall have our revenge in due time." And with those words, the fire of determination was rekindled in their hearts. Though they ached to begin training anew, Murkrow and Slowpoke were still recovering from their injuries and Kane instructed them to rest. As night descended upon the cave, the sound of falling water and crackling firewood were the only sounds to be heard. Murkrow leaned against the cave wall, absorbing the energy from the Pokeblock he had consumed, while Slowpoke lay on the ground, enveloped in a mysterious psychic energy that seemed to ripple through the very air. Kane watched as his Pokémon labored tirelessly to become stronger. As their trainer, It was his duty to devise the best training plan and guide their development. If I could create advanced Pokeblocks, it would certainly accelerate their growth, Kane mused to himself. He knew that obtaining the necessary tools would be his responsibility as a trainer. Murkrow's growth path was clear in Kane's mind. The agile assassin needed to improve his health and defense, and weight-bearing training would help him achieve his goal of becoming faster than the wind. Slowpoke's development, however, was a conundrum that required Kane's attention. Slowpoke could evolve into either a Slowbro or a Slowking. While Slowbro excelled in physical defense, Slowking excelled in special defense. Kane had yet to decide which evolution path would be best for Slowpoke and intended to consult with the Pokémon on the matter. Kane believed that Slowpoke's innate psychic talent made him well suited to evolve into a Slowking, whose role would be to deal damage and defend against special attacks. But, if Slowpoke desired to evolve into a Slowbro, Kane would support his decision wholeheartedly. As night fell, Kane sat in front of the fire, deep in thought, while Murkrow and Slowpoke worked to heal their wounds so they could return to training as soon as possible. He reminded them to rest and allow their bodies to recover naturally. The morning brought a renewed vigor, and Murkrow trained harder than ever before. Slowpoke, unable to train physically, focused on honing his psychic-type moves. He felt that his psychic energy had improved significantly after overusing it for teleport the previous day and had a better understanding of how to control it. Slowpoke's progress left Kane in awe. The Pokémon had been able to lift only one rock with his psychic energy during training, but now he could lift 2 rocks simultaneously. The surge in power was astounding, even considering that Slowpoke had overloaded his psychic energy the day before. Kane attributed this to the fact that Slowpoke's innate psychic energy was incredibly strong, but he had been using it in a crude manner. Like a glass of water, the psychic energy was there, but the straw through which Slowpoke could access it had been thin as a strand of hair. But, after the overload, the straw had doubled in thickness, resulting in an exponential increase in the amount of psychic energy Slowpoke could freely use. Murkrow, watching Slowpoke's growth, couldn't help but work harder. Though he knew he could defeat Slowpoke in battle, partly because Slowpoke's psychic-type moves were ineffective against him and partly because of Kane's orders, he couldn't deny that Slowpoke was more than twice as powerful as he was. But, as a companion, Murkrow held no envy towards Slowpoke. Instead, he set Slowpoke as his goal, knowing that only through constant training and improvement could he build up his strength and grow. He refused to be a mere decoration now that Kane had taken on a more powerful Pokémon. As Kane's first Pokémon, Murkrow had a sense of pride and would not be a burden to the team. More importantly, he needed to be the strongest on the team to protect them in future battles. Kane also trained alongside his Pokémon, building a stronger bond between them. Time flew by as the 3 hours of morning training passed. But Kane couldn't forget his important mission from Umbra, which would lead to his acceptance into the Shadow Unit and reward him with 10,000 Team Rocket points, which he desperately needed. With 2 Pokémon to raise, the consumption of various resources would skyrocket. The cost of raising 2 Pokémon was staggering. One might think that Kane didn't use many resources to raise Murkrow, but this was mainly because he was able to make his own Pokeblocks, thus saving a great deal of resources. But the average trainer cannot do that, for a single intermediate Pokeblock is worth 5 points on Team Rocket's exchange list. Murkrow now consumed an average of 30 per day, which added up to a daily investment of 150 points. When one takes into account the Pokeblocks required for Slowpoke, the number of points needed grows exponentially, and it wasn't just about their physical state. Pokémon moves were also crucial. Murkrow had learned 3 moves that cost Kane more than 10,000 points, and he would need to learn more later, further increasing the investment. Slowpoke also had to learn countless moves. This was why it was so difficult for civilian trainers to advance in this world. Without luck, the resources needed to raise just one Pokémon would take a lifetime, and by then, the Pokémon would be long past its peak. Kane could rely on his AI system, but even then, he had to become a Pokémon hunter in his previous life, even with the aid of Team Rocket, to become a quasi-elite trainer. But a quasi-elite trainer was only a mid-level member of Team Rocket. There were countless hidden experts not only in Team Rocket, But in the entire Pokémon world, only by becoming an elite trainer would one barely have the right to live freely in this world. As he emerged from the cave on this clear day, after the heavy rain the day before, the warm sun shone on Kane, filling him with a sense of well-being. As he walked on the pebbles by the lake, the water that had risen the day before had miraculously returned to its original level, leaving the newly cleaned pebbles to reflect the faint sunlight. "The next time we come here, it will be for revenge," Kane said to Murkrow and Slowpoke. "Caw Yardong," they cried out in unison, for they too wanted to return for revenge, and it would be a goal they would work towards. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. With a determined step, Kane ventured into the enchanted forest, his trusted companions Murkrow and Slowpoke by his side. The dagger in his grasp glimmered in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees as he consulted the map, matching landmarks to his surroundings. Murkrow, the wily and watchful bird, flew overhead, his keen eyes scanning for any sign of danger. In a place as treacherous as this, where danger lurked behind every twisted trunk, the AI system's range was not enough to ensure their safety. Slowpoke, using the move Confusion, floated behind, emanating a blue light from his steady gaze. He kept pace with Kane, ever vigilant, ready to defend them at a moment's notice. For they had learned their lesson well after their encounter with the formidable Goljuk, and now Murkrow served as their first line of defense, spotting the enemy's tracks and attacking before they could reach Kane. And should the enemy break through his defenses, Slowpoke was prepared, ready to use Confusion to control the foe, and then swiftly defeat it with the assistance of Murkrow. And if even that should fail, Slowpoke's teleport would whisk them away to safety in the blink of an eye. The forest was eerily quiet, the aftermath of yesterday's battle between the mighty Gyarados and the elegant Milotic still fresh in the air. So for nearly an hour, Kane walked in relative comfort, the only sounds the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional rustle of bushes. But as they left the waterfall's misty embrace, more and more Pokémon seemed to materialize from the shadows. The map promised they were nearing the main route, and at their current pace, they would reach it within the hour. As Kane reached for his dagger to cut through a thick vine blocking their path, a hidden animal trail was revealed before him. Though it offered a greater chance of encountering Pokémon, it was a far better option than the thorny bushes and twisted branches that had hindered their progress thus far. Without hesitation, Kane stepped onto the path, his trust in his companions absolute. And sure enough, as if on cue, a fierce battle broke out shortly after. As Kane ventured deeper into the forest, a sense of unease settled heavy in his chest. Was it the fact that his luck had taken a turn for the worse, or was it simply the dangerous path he had chosen? Wild Pokémon came at him in waves, each one hell-bent on taking him down. But with Murkrow and Slowpoke by his side, the ferocious protectors of his journey, none of the Pokémon were able to break through their defenses. Murkrow, like a dragon returning to the sea, was a force to be reckoned with in the forest. His body had become accustomed to the heavy weights and his speed was almost as fast as when they first set out. Quickly weaving between the trees, he toyed with his enemies, dispatching them with ease. Take for example the Mankey, who had thought to sneak up on Kane with its quick tree-to-tree movements. But Murkrow spotted it the moment it struck, and with a single wing attack, the fighting-type Pokémon was dispatched in seconds. This was just one of many attacks. From the moment these Pokémon had chosen to attack Kane, their fate was sealed. Kane did not hold back and Murkrow and Slowpoke killed every Pokémon that dared to attack. It was survival of the fittest, and if they hadn't stood their ground, more and more Pokémon would have come, hoping to get lucky, until Murkrow and Slowpoke could no longer fight. A decisive, unrelenting kill might serve as a deterrent to nearby Pokémon. In the beginning, most of the attacks were made by the most powerful Pokémon in the area, so when they were killed, no other Pokémon dared to attack. But as they reached new areas, new Pokémon would attack without fear of death. Murkrow and Slowpoke were willing to kill any Pokémon that dared to attack them after the Goljuk incident. Their resentment towards the Goljuk was directed towards the Pokémon that came to them to die. As the blood of fallen Pokémon stained the forest floor, Murkrow and Slowpoke's killing intent grew stronger, a faint scent of blood hanging heavy in the air. Fewer and fewer Pokémon dared to challenge them. The journey that should have taken an hour stretched on for nearly 2, the trio battling their way through a never-ending horde of attackers. But despite the difficulties, the outcome was positive. Murkrow's level had risen to 18, and while Slowpoke's level had not increased, he had grown more proficient in his moves and more attuned to fighting under Kane's command. Most importantly, he was beginning to learn how to pace himself in battle and respond quickly to attacks. As they made their way back to the main path, Kane couldn't help but wonder if it was fate that had led him to flee from the Raticate colony and stumble upon the waterfall, where he had met Slowpoke and taken him under his wing. With a small sigh, Kane said, "Finally back on this path. It took a while," smiling bitterly. "Let's rest a little, prepare lunch, and then continue on our way in the afternoon." With a fire built from dead branches and leaves, Kane took out 2 of the 4 rabbits he had caught by hand that day, as well as some salt and pepper from his Team Rocket belt. He skinned the rabbits with his dagger, removed their entrails and cleaned them with water. With the help of Slowpoke, soon, 2 fluffy rabbits were transformed into 2 pieces of delicious rabbit meat. It didn't take long for 4 crispy golden rabbits to appear, and by then, Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had fought all morning, were already in front of him, their gaze fixed on the golden rabbit meat. Although Pokeblocks were more nutritious and tasted good, Murkrow couldn't resist Kane's expert roasting skills and always filled his stomach with Pokeblocks after eating the roast meat. As Slowpoke laid eyes on the sizzling rabbit meat, drool began to pool at the corners of his mouth. He remembered the first time he had tasted Kane's grilled fish and couldn't wait to indulge in this new delicacy. Kane, with a smile on his face, expertly cut one of the roasted rabbits in half with his dagger, keeping a portion for himself, placing a whole rabbit in Murkrow's bowl and giving the rest to Slowpoke. Slowpoke, who could eat much more than Murkrow, could devour 2.5 rabbits effortlessly. The rest of his stomach would be filled with berries he would pluck using confusion on their journey. "All right, let's get started," Kane said, and with his permission, Murkrow and Slowpoke eagerly dug in. Murkrow was the first to finish, his greedy gaze fixed on the last rabbit in Slowpoke's bowl before lowering his head to eat the Pokeblocks Kane had prepared for him. Slowpoke had wanted to share with his companion, but when Murkrow refused, he didn't push the matter. The leisurely lunch came to an end, and as the scent of the roast wafted through the forest, some Pokémon were attracted, but upon seeing Murkrow and Slowpoke and feeling the faint killing intent emanating from them, they quickly retreated. After the meal, Kane once again examined the map to plan their next move. As Kane returned to the main route, he knew that while the distance would allow him to reach his destination in one day, the many Pokémon he would encounter along the way would slow his progress. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the higher the level of the Pokémon he would encounter and the more difficult the path would become. But with Murkrow and Slowpoke back to full strength after a midday rest and lunch, the trio set out once more, deeper into the forest. Not long after they had left, a group of people appeared at the spot where Kane had just roasted his meal. The leader of the group, a man with a white slender hand and sly smile, walked over to the ashes left behind, reached out and touched the warm ashes, then brought it to his nose and sniffed. With his back to his companions, he gave a grim smile and murmured, "What a coincidence, Kane." The last 2 words were spoken through clenched teeth. One of the men behind him, noticing his actions, stepped forward and tapped him on the shoulder. "Found anything yet, Cyrus?" Chapter 42. "Oh, nothing much," said Cyrus, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he spoke to his companion. "Just stumbled upon a rather troublesome individual, shall we say?" The man's brow furrowed at the words, troublesome. It was not often one came across another soul on this vast trial island, for even if a trialist ventured into the forest, most returned within a day's time, and being so far from the base, it was certainly not a same-day return. And if they could survive alone in the wild, their strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, if Cyrus deemed this person troublesome, they must certainly be one of the known trialists. Cyrus' grin slowly dissipated and he nodded gravely. "Of course, the first-place trialist, Who doesn't know of him? The man who had posed the question grew serious as well. While his impression of Kane was limited to that stoic face upon getting first place, he still harbored a certain unease towards the victor who had so effortlessly bested Xander. Suarez had no secrets from the man beside him. They had known each other since childhood, and it was with this man's aid that Suarez had been able to establish a humble force within the Team Rocket base. As the person who knew Suarez best, his expression couldn't help but shift when he heard what Suarez said. "No, you're not thinking of taking him on, are you? And how can you be certain it's him?" After all, Kane was a ruthless man who hadn't even given Xander the time of day. Xander's identity was no secret within the Team Rocket base, and with a big brother who was a senior officer within the organization, he would rise to great heights if he survives the trial. But instead, he was relegated to second place by Kane and could only utter a few bitter words. Suarez glanced out of the corner of his eye at the group behind him, engaged in lively conversation, and said, "Sky, do you not think it is a miracle that he was able to overtake Xander without any support? Either he had a fortuitous encounter, or his Pokemon's talent is truly exceptional." Suarez fixed his gaze upon Sky and continued, "I kept a watchful eye on him before he departed, and I saw him head in this direction. Do you think that this mission we are undertaking now was chosen by me at random?" Sky's eyes flickered with a hint of unease as he looked back at Suarez. As for Suarez's motivations for wanting to pursue Kane, while what he said made sense, Sky knew there was certainly more to it. In truth, the main reason was likely that Kane had snubbed his invitation and shown him disrespect at the conclusion of the previous trial. Sky, being the astute individual he was, wouldn't voice such thoughts aloud and had to admit that Suarez was right. If he could uncover Kane's secrets, he might stand a chance of breaking into the top 10. He would not have offered his aid to Suarez if he had not been unfortunate enough to be assigned a Pokemon of low talent. Truth be told, aside from that bright smile and the not-so-feeble coughing, Sky believed himself superior to him in every way. But the situation demanded that he rely on him if he hoped to survive this trial successfully. Aside from Xander, Team Rocket's Pokemon distribution was completely transparent, and the Pokemon one received and their talents were entirely a matter of chance. Suarez, however, harbored fantasies of discovering Kane's secrets, becoming the top trialist, and eventually making a name for himself within Team Rocket and then the world at large. "But we may not be able to defeat him," Sky replied, still in awe of Kane. After all, he had only placed within the top 30 in the previous test, so the gap between them was far too great. "That doesn't matter," Suarez said, his eyes drawn to the 5 individuals standing behind Sky. "We must fight to see if we can defeat him, and even if we cannot, there will always be someone to have our backs." After a few moments of contemplation, the two made the final decision to test their mettle against Kane. A sly grin spread across Suarez's face as he turned to face the 5 men. As Suarez turned, the rest of the group, who had been engaged in a lively conversation about Pokemon, fell silent and turned their attention to him. "A most extraordinary opportunity has just presented itself, and if we are quick to act, surviving this trial shall be a trifle for any of us," Suarez declared. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the 5 men immediately alighted with interest. They were faring well for the time being, but there was still a long way to go in this trial, and if there was a chance to improve their prospects, they would fight for it. Though there was little doubt about the veracity of Suarez's words, one of the men still remained skeptical and asked, "You serious?" Suarez looked at the man who had posed the question, a glint of amusement in his eyes, and replied, "Indeed, I have just confirmed it with Sky as well." All eyes immediately turned to Sky, who nodded in confirmation. The group was elated to receive confirmation from their 2 leaders. After the conclusion of this trial, only 50 seats remained for the trialists to contend for, and that had always been a sword hanging over their heads. If they could survive on their own, they would not have to rely on others. After all, relying on others was not a sound strategy in their present circumstances. "First and foremost, I would like to establish some ground rules. Obey my orders at all times, no defiance or laziness, for if I discover any, the offender shall not be taken on another mission and shall have to fend for themselves." Sky stepped forward and said, his tone stern and commanding. Unlike Sarah's good cop act, he had perfected the bad cop role. The group tensed, for none wanted to lose a backer, as that could cause problems back at the base. They quickly nodded, indicating their understanding. "If you have any questions later, wait until everything is done before inquiring. Do not drag us all down with you," Sky continued, a note of warning in his voice. There was no guarantee that these men wouldn't flee before or during the battle if they discovered that their opponent was Kane, so they were given a precautionary warning beforehand. Again, there were no objections. At this point, Suarez stepped forward, a charming smile upon his face, and said, "Do not fret, my friends, leave everything to me, and should we find ourselves in danger, I shall remain behind to cover your backs." The infectious smile and confidence gave the 5 men a sense of ease, reassuring them that all would be well. Sky's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness, but he quickly hid his emotions by saying, "Well then, let's hurry. Judging by the temperature of the ash, it should not be too far." Suarez nodded and led the group into the forest with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, Kane, who walked through the forest at a steady pace, had no inkling that anyone was following him, nor that the ashes he had inadvertently left behind had alerted anyone to his location. But even if Kane had known, he would not have been troubled. "Slowpoke, use confusion to keep that Meowth in check." "Murkrow, use Screech and then finish it off with a wing attack." Kane watched calmly as a wild Meowth was turned into a corpse by the combined attacks of Murkrow and Slowpoke. This level 20 Meowth with an orange aptitude had attempted to use its speed to sneak up on the seemingly vulnerable Kane, only to be knocked back by Slowpoke's confusion when it was still 3 meters away. Then came its attempt to flee, as seen in the previous scene. The Meowth that had fallen to the ground was simply one of the more commonplace Pokémon they had encountered on their journey. "Well done, Murkrow and Slowpoke." Kane never hesitated to praise his Pokémon. After giving them his praise, he took a Pokéblock from his storage belt and fed it to Murkrow to replenish his energy. Slowpoke was still eating his citrus berry Pokéblocks, so he could not have any other Pokéblocks. Fortunately, Slowpoke had only used his psychic energy during the battle, so it could be quickly restored by using Calm Mind. The training goal Kane had set for Slowpoke was to be able to maintain Calm Mind active at all times, just like Murkrow did with Tailwind. Yardong! Slowpoke suddenly grabbed Kane's pants and yelled. Murkrow also flew to Kane and croaked softly. Kane was taken aback to see his 2 Pokémon react in such a manner. But as Slowpoke and Murkrow cooperated in their explanation, he realized what they were trying to convey. "Are you saying that someone is following us?" Kane asked, his suspicions growing as he spoke. Kane learned from Murkrow and Slowpoke's gestures that there was more than one person following them, and apart from the trialists, no other human would be seen in this forest. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. It seems I have yet to establish my authority. Kane's words were spoken with a deadly calm, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. "Since you want to test my strength, let me show you how wide the gap really is." Hiding the fury that raged within him, Kane commanded his Murkrow and Slowpoke to stay alert and on the lookout. He couldn't help but wonder who it was that dared to challenge him. "I wonder who it is. Could it be Xander?" he mused, his face expressionless. But he quickly dismissed the thought. If that was all Xander had to offer, there was no way he could have kept a steady lead on myself in my previous life. Another figure crossed Kane's mind. Could it be him? He thought. Suarez was the type of person who seemed cheerful on the outside, but was rather narrow-minded on the inside. Kane knew that Suarez held a grudge against him, and the thought of facing him in battle sent a thrill of excitement through his body. With a sly grin, Kane led Murkrow and Slowpoke down an overgrown path that gradually diverged from its original course. Suarez and the others were unaware of this. In fact, some of the more impatient members suggested that Suarez make his move now, while the target was caught off guard. What they didn't realize was that the person they were about to attack was actually Kane. Otherwise, they would have reconsidered their decision to be so aggressive. "Slowpoke, teleport back to the position we were just at," Kane commanded once they had reached his ideal location. The blue light in Slowpoke's eyes flickered and enveloped the trio, and in a flash they were gone. Suarez and the others, who had been following from a distance, simply followed Kane's footprints until they reached the spot where he had disappeared. Both Sarah's and Sky's expressions changed when they saw this. "Damn, where did he go?" Sky muttered as he examined the last two footprints Kane had left. Since Slowpoke had been floating with confusion, he hadn't left any footprints on the ground, so they didn't know that Kane had caught a new Pokémon. In their opinion, to survive this trial, they needed to focus their resources on just one Pokémon. Having more would be counterproductive. "We've been discovered," Suras said solemnly, his face darkening as he remembered the devastating attack of Murkrow during the test. He motioned for his coughing to come closer, ready for any potential battle. One of the 5 men following behind stepped forward, confusion etched on his face. "What's going on, Suras?" Suras gave him a blank stare and didn't answer, his mind consumed with the thought of Kane's sudden disappearance. Sky, standing nearby, explained, "We lost our target." The man was visibly relieved, but Suras and Sky knew better. They didn't want to explain too much, for fear that Kane wasn't the type to take anything lying down. They could only hope that Kane wouldn't lash out when he realized there were a lot of them. At the same time, Kane reappeared at the spot where he first learned he was being followed. "It seems the position of hunter and prey has been reversed," he mused, a grim smile on his face. Kane knew that bullying the few with the many worked well in most situations, but he was no ordinary man. He had learned long ago that in the face of absolute strength, numbers were not the key to victory or defeat, especially when one had the initiative. Aside from the tremendous progress that Kane's Pokémon had made during this half-month or so on the trial island, Kane had also benefited greatly as a trainer. He had exercised every day while his Pokémon were training, and his physical fitness had improved tremendously compared to before. Humans in the Poké-Copyrightman world were much more physically fit than those on Earth, and they grew at a much faster rate. Kane's intense daily training, combined with dietary changes, had greatly strengthened his body during his time in the wilderness. Even though he didn't have bulging muscles all over his body, he was still able to completely crush Ceres and the other trialists who were comfortably staying at Team Rocket Space. Thanks to Slowpoke's teleport, he didn't have to hold back any longer. And his familiarity with the forest only added to his advantages. Kane prowled through the trees and grass like a cheetah, his mind focused on his prey. He was confident that if he was fast enough, they would still be at the place he had teleported from. The grass there was so tall and thick that he would be able to catch them off guard as long as he maintained his stealth. The Pokémon in Ceres' group were mostly Team Rocket's signature Pokémon. Ceres had his coughing, Sky had his Ikans, and the others had either a Rattata, Zubat, or Oddish. While the Pokémon weren't particularly powerful, they weren't a weak force when gathered together. But Kane was aware of their strength, and he knew that for them to have the audacity to go after him, it can only be said that greed makes a man blind and foolish, and makes him an easy prey for death. The group gradually spread out in search of where and why Kane had disappeared, with Sky reminding them to always maintain communication. But this, however, negated their numerical advantage and made things easier for Kane in what was to come. "Get ready. It's time to start hunting," Kane whispered to Murkrow and Slowpoke as he pulled a dagger from his sheath. Comment for comment. Vote to left. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. With the swiftness of a shooting arrow, Kane propelled himself out of the tall grass, his body a blur as he glided through the field. At his feet, Slowpoke's confusion shone with a faint, ethereal glow, allowing him to move with stealth and silence. Murkrow soared just above the rustling grass, his beady eyes scanning the area for any signs of their quarry. Meanwhile, Slowpoke sent out tendrils of psychic energy, searching for any sign of the prey they sought. It wasn't long before Kane's keen eyes spotted their target, a lone figure who had strayed from the group, his mind consumed with thoughts of the supposed opportunity promised by Ceres. He foolishly believed that with 7 of them on the hunt, their prey would not dare to fight back. But he was wrong, for the man they pursued was none other than Kane himself. Despite the danger, the man remained cautious, his Rattata by his side as a shield against any wild Pokémon that might cross their path. But Kane was not one to be underestimated. Without hesitation, he ordered Slowpoke to use confusion to immobilize both the man and his Pokémon. Then Murkrow swooped down, a black streak cutting through the grass. His wings flared with powerful flying energy. With a brilliant white light, he unleashed a wing attack on the hapless Rattata, killing it in seconds. The man's eyes widened in horror as he watched his Pokémon fall, but he was unable to speak. A whimper escaped his lips, his eyes pleading for mercy as he realized the true identity of the person they had dared to hunt. But Kane was not one to show mercy. With a cold, ruthless precision, he plunged his dagger into the man's throat, ending his life without a second thought. Even in death, the man could not understand how Kane had gotten so close, how he had been able to hold him in place and prevent him from escaping. With a swift, practiced motion, Kane wiped the blood from his dagger onto his clothes and calmly unbuckled the man's belt, slipping it into his own pouch. And with that, he melted back into the grass, a ghostly figure slipping seamlessly into the shadows. His actions were those of a seasoned killer, precise and unhesitating. "I did not seek you out, but you have brought yourself to my doorstep," Kane thought coldly. "If you are willing to kill, then you must also be willing to die." He had not yet shown his true strength to the trialists, but if they dared to dream of victory, he would give them a nightmare they would never forget. In the space of 5 minutes, Kane had struck again, taking out 2 more of his foes. Though his actions were swift and efficient, the commotion did not go unnoticed, and Ceres and the others were quickly gathering to confront him. But Kane was not worried, for he knew that discovery was inevitable. It was not their strength that concerned him, but the fact that things would now be more difficult. With no time to lose, he rushed straight at the nearest of his enemies. This time, he did not bother to conceal himself, and the rustling of the grass gave away his position. Ceres and the others quickly closed in, but before they could surround him, Kane had already intercepted one of their number, a man with an Oddish by his side. As Kane appeared before him, the man's expression turned from one of determination to one of horror. "How could it be you?" he exclaimed. Only now did he realize that the opportunity Ceres and Sky had spoken of was none other than Kane himself, but it was too late for regret. The smell of blood hung heavy in the air, a testament to Kane's ruthless nature. "He's here!" the man shouted, his voice filled with urgency as he immediately ordered his Oddish to use poison powder. But Kane was not caught off guard. He had been waiting for this moment, knowing that the man would call for help. With a small smirk on his lips, he gave the order to his Pokémon. "Murkrow, use Gust and send that poison powder back to them. Slowpoke, use Psychock." In response to Kane's command, Murkrow flapped his wings, creating 2 small whirlwinds that enveloped the lavender powder from the Oddish and blew it back at the man. The man quickly tried to defend himself, rolling out of the way, but it was to no avail. A buzzing echoed in his mind, followed by silence as Slowpoke's powerful Psychock took its toll, blood pouring from his orifices. With the added effect of type restraint, it was no surprise that both the man and his Oddish lay lifeless on the ground. At that moment, Ceres and Sky appeared, along with their last remaining follower. The sight of his fallen companion was too much for the last follower. He had never imagined that following Ceres on this mission would be so deadly. He had thought that with their numbers, they would be able to defend themselves against even the strongest of opponents. But he had also never expected to face someone like Kane. As he stared at the man who had decimated their group, confusion and fear warred in his mind. Why had Ceres wanted to take on someone as dangerous as Kane? But Kane had no such doubts. He looked at Ceres with a wicked smile on his face. "We meet again, Ceres," he said with a hint of malice in his voice. Comment 6 Comment Vote to Left Chapter 45 Chapter 45 Ceres' face turned ashen as he heard Kane speak. He had never expected this to happen. The sight of Murkrow flying overhead and the pink Slowpoke by Kane's side made everything clear. He had severely underestimated Kane, who had not only trained a powerful Pokémon, but had also taken in a second one, just as powerful. Comparing their strengths, Ceres realized that his side was at a disadvantage. Spitting hatefully through clenched teeth, he spat, "We lost this time, let's go." But he was interrupted by Kane's mocking laugh. "Don't you think it's a little late to leave now?" "Murkrow, Gust." With those words, a whirlwind appeared behind them, blocking their path of retreat. Ceres' eyes spit fire as he shouted, "Kane, don't go too far." If looks could kill, Kane would have died many times by now. Even Xander had never been so dismissive of him. "And what are you going to do about it?" Kane said, taking a step forward. Murkrow cried out in support, as if ready to attack at any moment. Sora's face stiffened and he glanced at Sky, gesturing for him to do something. Kane, noticing this, took a closer look at the young man and his icons. Pokémon, icons, orange, gender, female level, 19 type, poison ability, shed skin items held, none egg moves, poison tail basic moves, wrap, empty, poison sting, bite, blink, screech taunt moves, acid technological machines, TMs, none. He was surprised that this young man had trained his icons to level 19 and was impressed by his calmness in this situation. This indicated that he possessed both strength and intelligence. "What's your name?" Kane asked casually. Startled by the question, Sky hesitated before answering. Sky. With their disadvantage clear, it was best not to provoke Kane and to stall for time in hopes of finding a way to escape. Starting a fight now would be foolish, particularly in light of the nearby presence of their fallen comrade's corpse. They had underestimated Kane's power, thinking he only possessed a formidable Murkrow, and even then, they had hesitated before making a move. Now that they knew he also had an equally powerful Slowpoke, provoking him would mean certain death. Sky, taking in all the circumstances, could not think of a way out. He was disappointed that all his efforts to help Soras were for naught. But then, Kane spoke words that left them all in shock. "Are you interested in working for me?" The follower's ashen face lit up with hope, recognizing that working for Kane meant a chance at survival. He may not have been the brightest, but he knew he was being used by Soras and couldn't afford to oppose Kane. But it was Soras' expression that changed the most, his face shifting from red to green, from green to black, and then from black to white. The shock and anger evident in his eyes as he realized the gravity of the situation. Soras had not expected Kane to take the initiative to recruit Sky. He had been preparing to fight to the death alongside Sky, hoping to find a way out, but after Kane's words, his mind went blank. Sky, on the other hand, had the least change in expression, but his eyes remained fixed on Kane, trying to understand his true intentions, whether he truly wanted to recruit him or if it was just a distraction before killing them one by one. But even after a while, he couldn't read anything on Kane's face. Kane said nothing, he simply stared at Sky and waited for his answer. In fact, Kane's decision to recruit Sky was not made on a whim. As someone with a lifetime of experience in Team Rocket, he understood that one person could never get very far in such a large organization with so many factions. There were only two options: join an existing faction or create one from scratch. Although the latter was much more difficult, Kane had chosen to do it. If he wanted to have more resources, it was better to rely on himself. Even though he wouldn't be able to form his faction right away, that wouldn't stop him from making plans for the future. Besides, this trial was the best time to place his pieces on the board. In his previous life, before Xander joined Team Rocket, he had formed his own clique on this trial island, paving the way for his future development. And now, Kane wanted to form his own team, to be prepared even if he didn't need it in the future. Sky was chosen by Kane by chance, but he believed that if Sky was given a Pokémon with good aptitude, he would prove useful later. Without making Kane wait too long, Sky gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, he couldn't say no in his current situation. If he did, he would end up dead. Soras's eyes blazed with red fury as he glared at Sky. But he did not hesitate to make his escape. Even with Sky by his side, they had never stood a chance against Kane. Kane sneered in contempt as he watched Soras flee. "Slowpoke, Psyshock," he commanded, and his Pokémon unleashed a wave of psychic energy upon Soras. Coughing, "Block him." Soras growled, sacrificing his own Pokémon to protect himself. Coughing gave a moment's pause, but ultimately obeyed its trainer's command. It was common knowledge that psychic types held a powerful advantage over poison-type Pokémon. Thus it wasn't much of a surprise when Coughing let out a sorrowful moan before collapsing to the ground, powerless against Slowpoke's onslaught. Sky watched the scene with a mixture of fear and intrigue. He had reluctantly agreed to join Kane's team, but he had not expected such a display of power. "Kane, sensing Sky's uncertainty, was confident in his ability to keep him under control. He had no need for loyalty, only obedience. Suraz, desperate and alone, could not evade the fatal strike of Murkrow. And so, another corpse was added to the earth, forever lost. Kane, with a thoughtful glint in his eye, decided to spare the life of the last remaining individual. For in the construction of his team, he knew that relying solely upon Sky would not be enough. This person could serve as his loyal assistant. He approached Suraz's lifeless body and looked into his wide, haunted eyes. With a deft motion, he unclipped Suraz's Team Rocket belt and, after a moment's contemplation, took the Pokeball from his waist. Tapping the button on the Pokeball, he put away the unconscious coughing and tossed it to Sky. "From now on, this Pokémon is yours," Kane said, a hint of warning in his voice. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Sky stared at the Pokeball in shock, his mind reeling at the implications of what had just happened. This coughing with a dark yellow aptitude was far superior to his own orange aptitude. "Is this for me?" he asked, unable to believe his luck. He could feel the envy emanating from the man standing next to him. Sky's hand closed tightly around the Pokeball, his fingers turning white with the effort. This was his chance, his ticket to the top. Kane watched him with a frown. "What's wrong? Can you not tame it?" he asked, knowing that a Pokemon's acceptance of a new trainer was not always easy. But he had faith in Sky's abilities. No, thank you very much," Sky stammered, bowing deeply. He didn't know how to address Kane. "Just call me Kane," he replied, his voice devoid of emotion. He didn't care for titles. "Yes, thank you, Kane," Sky responded, adjusting quickly to his new role. Kane nodded, pleased that he had found a new pawn in his game of power and ambition. He had always found the carrot and stick approach to be the most effective way of controlling his subordinates. He now turned his gaze to the man standing nearby, who had fallen into a trance-like state after the day's events. The death of all four of his companions, and of Suraz, whom he had idolized, had taken its toll on him. Sky, the second in command, had betrayed Suraz, and his own life was now in the hands of another. He was at a loss for what to do. Sky's eyes flickered and he gave the man a swift kick to bring him back to reality. The man, noticing the attention of both Kane and Sky, paled and stammered, "Boss, my name is Fox, my nickname is Fox. My Pokémon is a coughing. I am willing to pledge allegiance." "Please, don't kill me." Kane, who had already scanned Fox's Pokémon, saw that it was a level 16 orange aptitude coughing. Nothing special, but it was better than nothing. "From now on, you will follow Sky," Kane said impassively. Yes. Fox immediately bowed and let out a sigh of relief, as if he had been granted amnesty. Being a subordinate of Kane was surely a more reliable choice than following Ceres. Chapter 46, Sky, said Kane, his voice low and menacing. "When you return, you will begin recruiting for my cause. But heed my words. I'd rather have a villain within my ranks than suffer a hypocrite. As for those with good morals, they could forget about it. On Purgatory Island, only the strongest and the most ruthless would survive, let alone join Team Rocket. I am no saint," he continued, his voice like a serpent's hiss. "My subordinates may have their flaws, but the only ones I cannot abide are those who would play the hypocrite, like that miserable worm Ceres." Sky nodded, his face set in determination. "Yes, Kane." With Kane's strength and potential, and Ceres coughing, Sky knew they would be able to recruit those lone wolves. He had never thought that this disaster would turn out to be a blessing in disguise, for now he had not only survived, but also gained a Pokémon of good aptitude. The hand that held the Poké copyright ball trembled with excitement, for Sky knew that under Kane's leadership, his own position in Team Rocket would surely rise. But for now, he pushed such thoughts aside, for there was much work to be done. Kane pondered for a moment, then carelessly tossed Ceres' Team Rocket belt to Sky. "This should be all the resources you originally had. I'll leave them in your hands." Sky accepted the Team Rocket belt from Kane with a complicated expression. He and Ceres had known each other since childhood, and their relationship was a complex one of both friendship and rivalry. It was just that Ceres had always seemed to have the upper hand, his luck always seeming to be better than his own. But with one stroke of misfortune, he had stumbled into the eternal abyss. "And if the recruitment doesn't go smoothly, don't hesitate to give up," Kane said with a cool detachment, his piercing gaze fixed upon the young man. "Your primary task remains to tame the coughing and secure a favorable ranking in the next test." And with that, Kane turned on his heel and began to make his way deeper into the forest. Sky and Fox's safe return to base was of little concern to him. Murkrow and Slowpoke followed closely behind, their expressions stoic. They were not privy to the reasons behind Kane's decision to spare the lives of the two men who had initially been hostile to them, but as his Pokémon, they did not question their trainer's choices. As Kane disappeared from sight, Fox let out a long breath and sat down upon the ground, unfazed by the corpses that littered the area around him. Though Kane seemed amiable in conversation, Fox couldn't shake the feeling of suffocation that he experienced in his presence. "I can't see through him," Sky murmured, staring after Kane. Kane held little hope for the success of Sky and Fox. This was but an experiment, and whether the results were favorable or not, he would suffer no loss. "What a headache," Kane muttered to himself, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "I've strayed from the path yet again." He had wandered from the main route and found himself in this verdant clearing, where he used the terrain to eliminate Saras and his associates one by one. "I'll have to trouble you once more, Slowpoke," he said, turning to his Pokémon. "Use your teleport to guide us back to the main route." Slowpoke nodded, and a blue light glimmered in his eyes. With a blinding flash, the three of them were enveloped in the light and disappeared. "Well done, Slowpoke," Kane said as he opened his eyes, taking in his new surroundings. Slowpoke's teleport was a lifesaver in the wilderness, but it came with its limitations. Firstly, the distance that could be traversed depended on the strength of the Pokémon's psychic talent. The more powerful the Pokémon, the further it could teleport. Secondly, teleport could only transport one to places that one had previously visited, for only with a mental image of the location could one teleport to it. Thirdly, extraneous psychic abilities could interfere with teleport, causing spatial fluctuations and leading to errors before or during teleportation. And fourthly, the greater the distance to be traveled, the longer the casting time. This was logical because determining the correct coordinates that held psychic fluctuations was a time-consuming task. As Kane ventured forward, he knew that the first territory he would encounter would be that of the fierce and proud Scyther, a Pokémon that he had always held in high regard. They were a stark contrast to the ill-tempered Beedrill, as they would not normally strike first, but they were a force to be reckoned with if provoked. Despite the added security of Slowpoke's presence, Kane never let his guard down. And with good reason, as Murkrow and Slowpoke were forced to fend off several overconfident Pokémon who attempted to sneak up on them. Most Pokémon, however, avoided them after sensing the faint bloody aura emanating from their bodies. As they reached the area marked on the map as Scyther territory, Kane slowed his pace and soon encountered a group of around a dozen of the fierce Pokémon. The Scythers, preferring to battle opponents of comparable strength, spent their days sparring with one another in this part of the forest. As they watched the group sparring, the Scythers spotted the trio and stopped their training. A sturdy-looking Scyther, who appeared to be the leader, stepped forward with a solemn expression on his face. Kane's system quickly displayed the data of this Pokémon: Poké-Copyrightman, Scyther, dark yellow, sex, male, level 23, type, bug plus flying ability, technician. Items held: none. Egg moves, stamina. Basic moves: quick attack, empty, focus energy, fury cutter, false swipe, agility, wing attack. Taught moves: bug buzz, bug bite, vacuum wave. Technological machines, TMs, none. Kane knew that this would be a difficult Pokémon to defeat, and a quick glance at the Scythers behind revealed that they were all above level 20. Murkrow's speed was his greatest asset, but against this Scyther, who also had a high speed stat, it would not give him much of an advantage. And even if the Scyther leader were to lose, Slowpoke's presence might not be enough to protect Kane from the rest of the pack. Some of these Scythers yearned for a fight, driven by a sense of threat from Murkrow and Slowpoke, and the thrill of the challenge. But the Scyther leader, wise and perceptive, saw more than the others. He sensed not only the danger from the two Pokémon, but also the human, who seemed to possess not a shred of fear. Anyone who could remain so composed in the face of danger was either naive enough not to understand the situation, or possessed true strength. A faint voice in the back of his mind warned him of the death and injury that would befall the majority of his pack should they attack. Though they loved to fight, the Scythers were not immune to fear of death, and so the Scyther leader wisely intervened, halting the rash ones and watching as Kane carefully led his Pokémon away from their territory. For the Scythers, strength was to be respected and acknowledged. Their own territory was earned through their belligerent nature, and as the other Pokémon in the area became frightened and gradually left, it became the domain of the Scythers alone. Comment 9. Vote to left. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. As they ventured further into the island, Kane and his companions found themselves in a dense orchard, teeming with a tribe of monkeys. These primate Pokémon were known for their fierce nature, and would attack any unsuspecting traveler who dared to enter their territory. At the heart of the tribe stood a powerful level 23 monkey chief with a green aptitude, granting him the strength and leadership to rule over the tribe with an iron fist. His presence alone made him a formidable opponent, but coupled with the endless hordes of monkeys under his command, he was truly a hegemon of the island. Kane's innocent mistake of allowing Murkrow to pluck a berry from the orchard incited the wrath of the monkeys. In their minds, any intrusion on their territory was a threat to their food supply, and they launched a merciless attack on the trio. Murkrow and Slowpoke fought bravely, but the sheer number of monkeys proved to be overwhelming. In the end, they were forced to retreat, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Despite the grueling battle, the experience proved to be a valuable one. Murkrow and Slowpoke had leveled up, with Murkrow reaching level 19 and Slowpoke reaching level 21. Their mastery of their respective flying and psychic-type moves had also increased significantly. As they set up camp for the night, they reflected on the day's events. Slowpoke's talent had been gradually recovering, and after the battle, his original dark green aptitude had returned, a small order higher than Murkrow's. His control over his psychic energy had also improved, making him an even more formidable opponent. Murkrow, inspired by his companion's progress, was eager to push himself further and requested Kane to increase his weight training load by 10 kilograms. However, after some persuasion from Kane, he reluctantly agreed to a more modest increase of 5 kilograms. Kane understood Murkrow's ambition, but he knew that such drastic changes could lead to unforeseen problems and potential injuries. He had heard of cases where highly talented Pokémon were not treated properly after a battle, and as a result, they were left with hidden injuries that hindered their performance and left them unable to reach their full potential. These types of injuries were notoriously difficult to treat, often requiring extensive rehabilitation and conditioning. And during this time, the Pokémon were unable to train or fight, meaning that even if they eventually recovered, they would never be able to return to their peak form. With this in mind, Kane decided to increase Murkrow's load by a more manageable 5 kilograms, bringing it to a total of 10 kilograms. This change would have little impact on Murkrow's fighting ability while also minimizing the risk of injury. The following day, Kane found himself facing the most formidable group of Pokémon he had encountered so far. The group, consisting of only 5 Pokémon, was led by a level 32 Nidoking and a level 30 Nidoqueen, with the remaining 3 members being their children. Despite their small number, they held a large territory that included a natural lake and an emerald green meadow, home to a variety of berries and docile Pokémon. The lake was also home to a large number of fish, which served as their main source of food. The Nidoking and Nidoqueen's self-sufficient nature and formidable strength made them the undisputed rulers of their territory, and it was rare that they were ever bothered by other Pokémon. So, when Kane stumbled upon the group, he couldn't help but be intrigued. The fact that there was a Nidoking and Nidoqueen present in this area led him to suspect that it might be a location where the elusive Moonstone, required for their evolution, could be found. Determined to investigate further, Kane approached the group's home at the small lake with caution. But before he could get too close, he was discovered by the Nidoking who, incensed by the intrusion, launched an attack on Kane and his Pokémon. With the help of Murkrow's Protect, they managed to escape unharmed, but Kane knew that he would have to return when he was stronger. Nidoking alone had sent them running, and Nidoqueen, who had been busy guarding the Nidorans, had not even bothered to intervene. It was no surprise to Kane that the Mankey tribe was too intimidated to challenge the authority of Nidoking and Nidoqueen, with such power at their disposal. Kane and his companions arrived at a stone forest after crossing their territory. Checking the map in his hand, Kane muttered to himself, "As long as we pass through, we'll reach the mission site." Kane let out a deep sigh of relief as he surveyed the rocky landscape before him. They had traveled far to reach this spot, and now the most pressing matter at hand was to prepare a nourishing meal for his trusty companions, Murkrow and Slowpoke, who deserved a well-earned rest. The terrain was a harsh one, with jagged rocks littering the ground, and only patches of withered grass and dry straw providing any respite from the barrenness. But Kane was undeterred. He spied a large, flat boulder and, setting to work, he quickly constructed a fire using the rocks that lay scattered about. With a makeshift stove in place, he placed a small pot upon it and carefully poured in water from the nearby lake. For, in the wilds, one must be ever vigilant. Drinking raw water, no matter how pure it may appear, was a risk not worth taking. The dangers of contracting an illness in such a remote place, without the proper medicine, were all too real. As the water began to boil, Kane set about preparing their lunch. Murkrow's meal consisted of a medley of pokeblocks and a freshly caught hare, while Slowpoke's plate was piled high with his favorite fish. Slowpoke, ever helpful, assisted Kane in preparing the hare and fish, and when they were finished, they covered the entrails and blood with mud, to keep wild Pokémon from being attracted by the smell. The water had boiled by this time and was left to cool before Kane could refill his water bottle. As he tended to his equipment, he began grilling the meat, brushing it with oil, turning it over, and sprinkling it with spices that left such a tantalizing aroma that both Murkrow and Slowpoke couldn't stop their mouths from watering. Kane himself needed only a leg of the hare and half a fish to satisfy his hunger. The rest was for his Pokémon companions. The meal was soon devoured, and with bellies full and spirits high, they set out once more on their journey. The journey through the stone forest was a far cry from the treacherous trek through the overgrown woods, where every step had to be taken with the utmost caution, lest one fall into a hidden pit. But while the visibility was greatly improved amidst the towering stone pillars, the terrain was still uneven, and the constant presence of Geodudes was a constant reminder of the danger that lurked around every corner. But the Geodudes seemed content to ignore the travelers, content to spend their afternoon standing motionless upon a pile of rocks. Kane noticed that most of these Pokémon were of a low level, none above 20. With the path clear and no Pokémon taking the initiative to attack them, the trio made quick progress, covering half the distance of the stone forest in just under an hour. It seemed they would soon reach their destination. But as they say, life is full of surprises, and their path was suddenly blocked by a Pokémon. It wasn't even deliberately trying to impede their advance, it simply blocked their path due to its massive size. Pokémon, Arnix, dark yellow. Gender, male. Level, 30. Type, rock plus ground. Ability, sturdy. Held items, none. Egg moves, defense curl, rock climb. Basic moves, mud sport, tackle, harden, bind, curse, rock throw, rock tomb, rage, stealth rock, rock polish, gyro ball, smackdown, dragon breath, slam. Taught moves, iron head. Technical machines, TMs, none. This Onix was lounging against a massive boulder, its massive form blocking their path, and the only way to get past would be to climb over it, an action that could only lead to certain disaster. And if they were to take a detour, there was no telling how far they would have to walk, as the path was surrounded on both sides by endless high stone walls. Kane couldn't help but let out a bit to laugh. The stone forest was known to be a resource-poor area, and as such, there were no powerful groups of Pokémon to be found in the region. Only Geodude and Onix thrived here, as they had no need for other resources as long as there were mineral-rich rocks, which were their favorite and the most abundant. But as Kane had not encountered any high-level Geodude along the way, He couldn't help but wonder why this level 30 onyx was here. As he studied the onyx, who was basking comfortably in the sun, a plan began to form in his mind. "Slowpoke," he said, his eyes alight with determination, "use rain dance on that onyx." Slowpoke nodded and opened his mouth slightly, emitting a murmuring sound with a unique melody. And as Slowpoke's murmuring voice reached the sky, a wisp of black clouds appeared, gathering above the onyx. "Mo?" The onyx shivered as the temperature around him dropped. As he opened his eyes, he saw that the previously blazing sun had vanished, replaced by a dark cloud looming above him. Onyx looked around warily, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. But as he gazed back up at the ominous clouds above him, he knew that they were targeting him specifically, for the sun was still shining a few dozen meters away. Despite his massive size, Onyx was of a naive disposition, and he didn't give much thought to the situation. As the first raindrops began to fall, the reluctant Onyx finally stirred from his spot. Though this was his favorite place to sunbathe, and he had grown accustomed to lying here, it was the rain that irritated him the most. The perpetrators of this rain, Kane and Slowpoke, hid behind a stone pillar and watched from a distance as Onyx scurried away, leaving an open path in his wake. As the rumbling faded and Onyx was no longer visible, Kane signaled for Slowpoke to stop using rain dance. The dark clouds quickly dissipated, leaving only a small puddle on the ground to indicate what had just transpired. After several tense minutes of waiting, with no sign of Onyx in sight, Kane approached the path, with Murkrow and Slowpoke by his side. The path ahead rose steeply, disappearing into the clouds and revealing a glimpse of the horizon beyond. As they trudged onward, the initial warmth of the sun began to fade, replaced by a chill that seemed to seep into their bones. The air grew dry and arid, and with every step, the signs of life around them grew fewer and further between, until there was not a blade of grass to be seen. It was then, to Kane's surprise, that he spotted a dark and dreary cave, nestled amidst the towering stone pillars. The cave was low and narrow, no more than 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. For a moment, Kane was stunned, wondering how such a cave could have come to exist in this place, and by the looks of it, it had been there for a long time. Comment 5 Comment Vote to left. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Can you make out any Pokémon in there, Slowpoke? Kane queried as they approached the cave, its entrance marred by faint scratch marks that spoke of excavation. It was clear that this was a cave had been dug out by a Pokémon, but the marks were not of the kind left behind by Geodude or Onyx. Slowpoke's eyes glowed slightly as he emitted invisible psychic fluctuations, searching for any signs of life within. A moment later, he shook his head at Kane, indicating that he had not sensed the presence of any Pokémon. Kane mused, pulling a flashlight from his Team Rocket belt and shining it directly into the cave. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, with Murkrow landing on Slowpoke and floating alongside them with the help of the psychic Pokémon's powers. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Kane noticed that it was gradually expanding and quickened his pace. But despite reaching the end in a mere 5 minutes, there was nothing to see but rocks. Strange, is this really just a normal cave? He muttered to himself as he surveyed the scene before him. Just then, Slowpoke called out to Kane, pointing in a certain direction. Kane's heart skipped a beat as he moved in the direction Slowpoke had indicated, and there he found a large stalactite hanging from the dark cave ceiling. A drop of milky white sticky liquid clung to its round tip, not dripping down. This drop of milky fluid gave off a refreshing scent that lasted less than a meter before dissipating into the air. No wonder Kane hadn't smelled it at first. Is this geocentric cleansing milk? Kane couldn't help but wonder, for it was a heavenly treasure in the Pokémon world, known for its rich energy and minerals that could boost a Pokémon's attack and defense when taken alone, and its effects would increase exponentially when combined with various ingredients to make Pokeblocks. Even humans could drink geocentric cleansing milk to increase their strength and vitality, prevent illness, and live longer. This was a rare and precious substance, sought after by Team Rocket and powerful families and factions alike for its life-prolonging properties. Kane remembered, from his previous life, the frenzied rush to acquire a batch when it appeared on Team Rocket's exchange list. It was snatched up in less than a minute, and at a price of 1,000 team rocket points per drop. A single drop can take several months to condense, Kane sighed. It's a shame it's still a little too early. But then, as Slowpoke concentrated on inspecting the ground, a blue light flickered in his eyes and a stone the size of a pot lid was lifted. At once, a strong scent wafted out, and with a single breath, Kane, Murkrow, and Slowpoke felt their bodies relax. The stalactite hanging above them was directly over a small puddle of geocentric cleansing milk, and the drop stuck to its tip finally broke free with Slowpoke's slight movement and fell into the puddle below. The initially calm surface rippled, but there was no splash. Kane was taken aback by the scene before him, never expecting to see so much geocentric cleansing milk coalescing here. He gulped unconsciously as he stared at the milky white liquid, which emitted rays of starlight. Kane finally came to his senses and hastily took some bottles and containers from his belt, had them washed by Slowpoke and dried by Murkrow. He then took out a spoon used to make Pokeblocks and slowly filled the containers with the geocentric cleansing milk. However, as he filled a glass jar, he noticed a Pokemon egg in the middle of the puddle. Who knew how long the geocentric cleansing milk had been collecting, or when the Pokemon egg had been placed here? Kane thought back to the scratch marks he had seen all over the cave. Could it be that a Pokemon placed this Pokemon egg here? He wondered, his heart stirring slightly. But it's been so long that this Pokemon egg must have died already. Nevertheless, he didn't rush, instead continuing to steadily fill the containers. As the vats gradually filled and the puddle gradually disappeared, the Pokemon egg was finally revealed in its entirety, and soon, the full data of the Pokemon egg appeared before Kane's eyes, revealing a surprise that he never could have predicted. Pokemon, Larvita, egg form, non-hatchable, blue, gender, male level, 1 type, rock plus ground ability, unknown held items, geocentric cleansing milk egg moves, dragon dance, outrage, ancient power, stealth rock basic moves, bite, leotard moves, non-technical machines, TMs, none dumbfounded. The spoon in Kane's hand clattered to the ground as he stared in shock at the Pokemon egg's data. He could hardly believe that the Pokemon egg was actually of a Larvita, but it would explain the scratch marks and the size of the cave. Looking at this Larvita egg's moves, Dragon Dance and Outrage, one could only imagine how strong and talented its parents were. A pseudo-legendary Pokemon with a blue aptitude. In his previous life, Kane had owned a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, but it wasn't a Larvita, and it was because of that Pokemon that he had risen to the level of a quasi-elite trainer. What does it mean by non-hatchable? It was the first time he had seen this message after using the system for so long. If the Pokemon egg was dead, it was normal that it couldn't be hatched, but now it seemed that the Pokemon egg's life force was intact, even a little too strong, which was confusing. Kane placed a piece of cloth on the ground before carefully removing the Pokemon egg from the puddle and placing it on the cloth. He noticed that the smooth Pokemon egg emitted a faint glow, almost identical to the geocentric cleansing milk. Murkrow and Slowpoke also leaned over, and as Pokemon, their feelings were even clearer. The presence of the little creature inside the egg was obvious, but for some reason, a wave of sadness seemed to emanate from it. Slowpoke leaned his pink, round head gently against the egg, and Kane understood what he was trying to do. After a while, Slowpoke tugged at Kane's pants and motioned for him to put his hand on his back and for Murkrow to do the same. And in an instant, the scene changed before their eyes, revealing a mystery that Kane never could have imagined. Chapter 49. The once gloomy cave was now a sun-kissed meadow, where the sweet trill of birds echoed among the blooms of vibrant flowers. But just as the peacefulness settled over the lush landscape, a massive creature emerged from the shadows, with armor as pale as spring grass. The creature marched forward, and with each step, the meadow withered into a desolate wasteland, yellow sand whipping about in the bitter wind. The scenery changed once again, and there, among the sand dunes, Tyranitar found a quiet spot to rest. For a month, she remained motionless, without food or drink, her violent nature subdued. But peace was not to be found in this desert. Just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, a pack of Houndooms appeared, their eyes set upon the vulnerable Tyranitar. With a fierce cry, they descended upon the beast, and yet, In her moment of greatest weakness, the Tyranitar rose to her feet to face the invaders head-on. It was then, as the dust settled, that a deep pit was revealed. Within the pit lay a Pokémon egg that shone with a warm, green light. And as it turned out, the Tyranitar had been there for a month, not to rest, but to bring forth this egg, to bring forth her child. The desert was home to the unyielding might of Tyranitar. The battle that raged there, against a horde of Houndooms, tested even her mighty strength, but she emerged victorious, even as wounds marred her form. Yet in the heat of the fight, the pseudo-legendary Pocket Copyrightman had not been able to keep watch over her precious offspring. Upon her return to the pit where she had rested for a month, she was met with a sight that shattered her heart into a million pieces. The egg, the embodiment of her future, was cracked and its life force was fading. Tyranitar's motherly instincts took over, and through the tears that streamed down her face, she knelt beside the egg, determined to protect it. She did not rest until dawn broke, when she rose with a newfound resolve, cradling the fragile egg in her arms, and setting out on a journey to save her child. Alongside her, Kane was a silent witness to her struggle. He could feel her body growing weaker with each step, but her spirit remained unbreakable. Her eyes reflected the guilt she felt for not being able to protect her child, but her determination was unwavering. As they entered a stone forest, familiar to Kane, Tyranitar's gait may have been unsteady, but her aura of power still commanded respect from all those who crossed her path. And as they approached the towering cliffs that rose into the clouds, a hint of joy shone in her eyes once again. Tyranitar, a powerful rock and dark-type Pokémon, was blessed with a heightened sensitivity to rock-type energies that surrounded her. And as she approached a small cave, her instincts were set ablaze by a faint flicker of power that seemed to be emanating from within. Due to her massive size, the entrance was too small for her to fit through, but she was not to be deterred. With one hand cradling her precious egg and the other clawing at the rock face, she carved a passage through the stubborn stone, slicing it apart as though it were made of soft cheese. Her heart raced as she felt a pull towards the source of the power, leading her to a pool of geocentric cleansing milk. The sight of the magical liquid filled her with excitement, as she knew it was the key to saving her struggling child. As she tenderly placed the egg into the pool, she held her breath, watching as the milk submerged the shell, enveloping it completely. The once smooth surface of the egg, now rough and dull, had come to life once again under the influence of the geocentric cleansing milk. Kane, who had never experienced the love of a parent, was awestruck by the sight of a mother's love. Despite the exhaustion that weighed upon her from the battles fought and the journey taken, Tyranitar watched on with hope in her heart as she saw her child's life force slowly start to recover. Tyranitar's love for her offspring was unconditional, and even in her weakened state, her spirit was unbreakable, driven by the maternal instincts that lay within her. With a determined expression, Tyranitar summoned the last of her waning strength to cover the sacred pool. With a heavy stone, she fell to the ground, exhausted but relieved, knowing that her precious child was safe and secure within the nurturing embrace of the geocentric cleansing milk. As a rock-type Pocket Copyrightman, she knew that a single sip would restore her health and even increase her powers. But Tyranitar's maternal love was stronger than any thirst for power. She would not risk her child's survival for her own selfish desires. "Live well, my child," she thought, as she closed her eyes for the final time. As time passed, her body crumbled into a pile of rocks waiting for the day her child would hatch. And as the final moments of Tyranitar's tale faded, Kane's eyes fluttered open, as if roused from a dream. Slowpoke, with his psychic energy, had reached into the heart of the Pokémon egg to communicate with the remnants of Tyranitar's lingering obsession, bridging the gap between past and present and allowing them to bear witness to this tale. Kane's face was etched with a mixture of emotions as he felt the unyielding love of a mother pour forth from the egg. Slowpoke and Murkrow, who had stood by Kane's side during this emotional experience, had tears in their eyes. But with a shake of their heads and a deep breath, they regained their composure. Comment 15. Vote to left. Chapter 50. Kane knelt down beside a rock, the chill seeping into his hand as he placed it upon the rough surface. Yet, There was a strange sense of solace that seemed to pervade the very rock itself. He dismissed the fanciful notion and gingerly lifted the larvita egg, his gaze fixated upon the crack that marred its once flawless exterior. And yet, to his profound amazement, the fissure had been mended, seamlessly sealed with a layer of the rare geocentric cleansing milk. Kane couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of Mother Nature that had brought him to this moment and this precious egg. He felt the stirring of the larvita's life force within the shell, and whispered a prayer of thanks. It had been a twist of fate that had led Kane to this spot, and he couldn't help but wonder what lay ahead. The geocentric cleansing milk had given the egg new life, and should it hatch, the larvita's talent for rock-type energy would be off the charts. Yet, the potency of the milk had proven too great, its energy melding with the egg over the years and rendering hatching near impossible. With a heavy heart, Kane implored Slowpoke to guard the egg, vowing to explore every avenue in his quest to bring the larvita into the world. Then he set about collecting the geocentric cleansing milk from the puddle, filling 10 gleaming glass vessels to the very brim. The precious liquid would bring untold wealth, be it through trade or sale, and with its power, Kane would have the means to unlock the full potential of his pocket copyrightman, a virtuous cycle perpetuated by strength. Not a single drop would be squandered. As Kane gazed upon the 10 bottles of shimmering geocentric cleansing milk, he was aware that their worth, converted into Team Rocket points, would approach 1,000,000. Yet, he refused to surrender their secrets, for wealth was a fleeting notion, ephemeral in comparison to the permanence of strength. Until he was strong enough, he would keep his treasures hidden, safeguarded from prying eyes. His heart swelled with excitement as he envisioned the day when he'd have his 6 main Pokémon at the ready for battle. But he wouldn't settle for just any Pokémon, only those that met his strict criteria of talent and personality would make the cut. As he secured the bottles within his Team Rocket belt, Kane felt a rush of pride. These treasures were worth the journey he'd made to obtain them. And he'd heard stories that the geocentric cleansing milk could amplify the powers of rock and ground type Pokémon to levels beyond imagination. A tempting thought crossed his mind to seek out such a Pokémon, but he pushed it aside. He had a mission to complete, and he wouldn't be swayed by his desires. If fate presented him with a rock or ground type Pokémon of extraordinary talent, he'd consider it, but he wouldn't force the issue. The Pokémon he'd encountered thus far were not what he was searching for, but still, he held on to a flicker of hope. If only the larvita egg could hatch, it would be the perfect candidate. With determination in his heart, Kane retrieved the Pokémon egg incubator he had prepared from his belt. As Kane journeyed through the rugged terrain of Trial Island, he couldn't help but ponder the mysterious fate of the unhatched larvita egg in his possession. Though it slept soundly now, he was determined to find a way to awaken it from its slumber. He knew that with the potent geocentric cleansing milk coursing through its veins, the creature within would be a force to be reckoned with. Slowpoke carried the incubator using confusion, while Murkrow flapped alongside Kane as they made their way towards their destination. Through the trials of their journey, Kane came to understand why the Geodudes in this region were not as strong as he had hoped. The presence of the geocentric cleansing milk had absorbed all the energy and minerals from the surrounding rocks, and inadvertently making that place a haven for the onyx that basked nearby in the sun's warmth. Kane was a man who seized every opportunity to gain an advantage, and this mission was no exception. If he could successfully complete it, he would prove himself worthy of joining the elite Shadow Unit. And so, after 5 long days, Kane finally arrived at the cave where his mission was set to take place. He couldn't help but smile as he gazed upon the entrance, for it seemed as though he was destined to explore the many caves of Purgatory Island. Despite his reservations, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Comment 5. Vote to left. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The ground beneath their feet was slick with moss, causing a distinct squelch with each step Kane took, as they made their way deeper into the cave. One misstep could send him tumbling, so he had to be cautious. Suddenly, Slowpoke let out a piercing cry, his eyes blazing blue as he prepared for attack. Kane was instantly on alert, his senses heightened by the eerie stillness that pervaded the air. Unlike the previous cave, this one was not as chilly, but rather, a warm, damp and humid environment that many a Pokémon called home. Yet, as they ventured forth, Not a single Pokémon was in sight. Then, from the shadows emerged a strange, black creature, its body no bigger than a ball. Two large, glowing eyes took up most of its face, with fangs bared in a menacing grin. A purple gas surrounded it, casting an eerie aura. It was a ghastly, a mischievous ghost and poison-type Pokémon, always up for a practical joke. Slowpoke, a psychic-type Pokémon, had felt its presence before and warned it away. Murkrow flapped his wings, clearing some of the gas as it stood guard in front of Kane. As a dark-type Pokémon, it held a natural aversion to ghost types. Ghastly, however, was not intimidated by the warnings of Slowpoke and Murkrow. Instead, it let out a maniacal cackle, followed by a wide grin. What recklessness, Kane sighed, watching the Ghastly's antics. Slowpoke was ordered to capture it, and with a flick of an invisible hand, the level 16 Ghastly was caught. It was shocked to be trapped, for no Pokémon had ever touched its gaseous form. The sensation of the invisible grip was foreign and uncomfortable, like fire meeting water. Ghastly let out a series of pained cries, its haunting screams echoing through the cave. "GG!" it cried out, over and over again. The deafening screams of Ghastly filled the air as a new Ghastly materialized, its glowing eyes fixed on Kane, Murkrow and Slowpoke. Despite its hostile gaze, it hung back, seemingly repelled by the mysterious energy disturbances radiating from the group. As more and more Ghastlys gathered, Kane's grin widened. "Who would have thought we'd stumble upon a Ghastly lair?" he exclaimed. Fearless in the face of their overwhelming numbers, Kane was confident in the protection offered by Slowpoke's psychic-type moves and Murkrow's dark-type moves, not to mention their capacity for teleportation. Murkrow let out a warning caw, while Slowpoke's cute exterior belied the ferocity he displayed when confronted by Ghastlys. Even the leading Ghastlys quailed at the sight of the fearsome duo. Suddenly, the Ghastlys parted, making way for a distinctive Ghastly to approach. As it floated forward, the rest fell silent. "Greetings, young human boy," a wise ancient voice echoed in Kane's mind. He was taken aback to find that the Ghastly was communicating telepathically, its eyes alight with a faint black light. "Is that you speaking?" Kane asked. The old Ghastly nodded, and Kane heard its voice once again in his head. "Human, your companions are powerful, but it would be unwise for either of us to engage in combat." Kane listened intently as the old Ghastly spoke, nodding in agreement as he scanned the data before him. "Pokémon, Ghastly, yellow, gender, male, level 28, type, ghost plus poison ability, levitate, held items, none, neg moves, scary face, disable basic moves, mean look, curse, nightshade, confuse ray, sucker punch, payback, taunt moves, astonish, psywave, smog, foul play, technical machines, TMs, none. As Kane gazed upon the Ghastly before him, a thought crossed his mind. Level 28 and still a Ghastly? He mused quietly. "I must venture inside to find something," Kane announced with a serious tone. "I'll leave as soon as I've found it." There was no need to beat around the bush with the elderly Ghastly, so Kane spoke his intentions plainly. "We can grant you passage if you do us a small favor, and we can even assist you in your search," old Ghastly proposed. "Fear not, it shall be a simple task." Kane considered the offer, for the cave was dark and vast, and he had no idea how long it would take him to locate what he sought. Still, Kane declared confidently, "If I wish to enter, you cannot stop me." Old Ghastly weighed the consequences of a potential battle before finally replying, "We can reward you generously." Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, old Ghastly was well acquainted with the greed of humans. He believed they would do anything for a hefty reward. "No," Kane declared, clearly not interested in a bribe. Before old Ghastly could say more, Kane interrupted, a smirk playing at his lips as he motioned to Slowpoke, "Rather than that, teach him telepathy." Old Ghastly was taken aback. He expected the human to demand a hefty sum, not this strange request. Telepathy was a difficult skill to master, even for a ghost type that had lived for millennia. But psychic-type Poké-copyrightmen were a different story. They were among the most intelligent species in the Poké-copyrightman world, possessing both immense psychic powers and a wisdom comparable to that of humans. The Ghastly knew that the pink Slowpoke next to the human was a psychic type, and its psychic talent seemed formidable. So he was puzzled as to why it couldn't use telepathy. Comment 3. Vote to left. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. That same doubt had also plagued Kane. Why was it taking Slowpoke so long to master telepathy when his psychic talent was so strong? And then, as fate would have it, he encountered an ancient Ghastly who was capable of teaching Slowpoke the art of telepathy. Very well, old Ghastly replied, for teaching telepathy to a willing Pocket copyrightman was a simple task for one of his experience. It was also pleased that Kane didn't press for any further requests, for the truth was, old Ghastly and his kin feared a full-on battle with Kane and his Pocket copyrightman, as they knew the damage it would inflict upon their clan would be catastrophic. Additionally, what they needed from Kane was something they could not achieve on their own. In my many years dwelling on this land, I have seen few humans, but not long ago, one came to visit. This human was powerful, more powerful than you, old Ghastly remembered, his voice trembling at the recollection. I only dared to observe him from a distance, but I had the distinct feeling that he was aware of my presence. Kane listened on, his expression unchanging. He placed an object at the center of our cave and disappeared. Old Ghastly continued. At first, we thought nothing of it, but soon the object began to absorb all the ghost energy that filled our home, leaving us with no choice but to flee to the edge of the cave. Kane, his face impassive, asked, "Why didn't you destroy it or remove it?" "That, my friend, is what we ask of you. We cannot get near it, but you can," old Ghastly answered. Kane was taken aback. "You expect me to retrieve it when so many of you have failed?" "Follow me, you shall comprehend when you lay eyes upon it," old Ghastly declared with a sigh, leading the way into the cavern's maze. The surrounding Ghastlies reluctantly stepped aside for Kane's passage, their frightening expressions never leaving their faces. Kane, with Slowpoke and Murkrow close at his heels, cautiously followed old Ghastly. The labyrinthine cave was a perplexing network of twists and turns, but finally, they reached a relatively empty chamber. A ghostly light illuminated the room, and Kane could see a dim greenish glow coming from the walls and floor. Old Ghastly stopped at the entrance to the cavern, his voice quivering. "Once, this place was full of ghost energy, ample enough for our entire clan to thrive. Some of our kin even evolved to become haunters. But since the cursed object was placed upon the altar, our powers have diminished and even the haunters have regressed." Kane knew it was dangerous when a Pocket copyrightman evolves and then devolves, since that can weaken its foundation and talent. He peered into the cavern, the fluorescent light casting eerie shadows, and saw a pokeball on a dilapidated stone altar at the center of the room. Could that be the mission item? He thought. With a determined expression, Kane took the lead, with Slowpoke and Murkrow close behind. Old Ghastly was unable to step foot any further, but Kane trusted in his words. After all, Pokémon were more straightforward and honest than humans. Although old Ghastly had picked up the ability to converse like a human and had gained some understanding of their ways, he was still primarily a Pocket copyrightman and therefore couldn't shake off his inherent habits that remained ingrained in his very being. Another reason was his confidence in his own strength and the assurance that he could use Slowpoke's teleport to make a quick escape if required. Stepping forward with a composed demeanor, Kane approached the stone altar. The moment he was within range, his system scanned the Pocket copyright ball emblazoned with Team Rocket's unmistakable emblem. Pokémon, Gengar, light blue, gender, male, level, 48, type, ghost plus poison ability, cursed body held items, none neg moves, scary face, fire punch, astonish, taunt. Basic moves, hypnosis, lick, spite, mean look, curse, nightshade, confuse ray, sucker punch, payback, shadow ball, dream eater, dark pulse. Taunt moves, snatch, foul play, Giga Drain. Technical machines, TMs, rest, protect, sleep talk, toxic, hidden power, water, thunderbolt. With a sharp inhale, Kane's breath caught at the sight of the Pocket copyrightman's data. "Is that Umbra's Gengar?" he muttered. No wonder it could effortlessly overpower the clan in absorbing ghost energy. His thoughts then moved on to the impressive array of moves the ghost Pocket copyrightman possessed. each move representing a significant investment of resources. Besides Viper, Umbra was the only one on the island capable of having such a formidable Pokémon, and as the mission he had assigned Kane implied, it was almost certain to be his own Gengar. However, Kane couldn't help but ponder that Gengar's level indicated it was not a part of Umbra's main team, but rather one of his secondary Pokémon. As Kane picked up the Pokeball containing Gengar, a dense cloud of black mist drifted out from the altar. Goodness, such concentrated energy, Kane marveled. The mist was absorbed into the Pokeball, and through its semi-transparent surface, Kane watched as Gengar consumed the energy, its stats showing subtle improvement. What is Umbra's purpose in keeping Gengar here? Kane wondered. Is it to increase its level or heal an injury? No other reason came to mind. Kane wasn't so foolish as to believe that Umbra had placed Gengar here specifically to test him. On top of that, his curious mind couldn't help but ponder the source of the powerful ghost energy that seemed to emanate from the stone altar before him. He toyed with the idea of smashing it to see what lay within, but ultimately decided against it. For one, Old Ghastly was watching him intently, fearful that Kane would do something to affect their home. The stone altar was their lifeline, the source of their sustenance, the generator of the ghost energy that allowed them to survive. If Kane were to destroy it, the Ghastlies would be doomed, with half their clan perishing and the rest facing a life of hunger and decline. No, Kane wouldn't risk a battle to the death with the Ghastlies just to satisfy his curiosity. Furthermore, even Umbra, who needed all that energy, had not dared to touch the altar. If a powerful individual such as Umbra was wary, it was better for Kane, a fresh new trainer, to exercise caution. So he let the ghost energy swirl around him, and resigned himself to wait for another opportunity to discover its secrets. With a quiet sigh, Kane shrunk the Poké copyright ball containing Gengar and secured it in a compartment on his belt. Old Ghastly floated closer, seeing Kane put away the Poké copyright ball, and basked in the ghost energy that surrounded them both. "Thank you, young human," Old Ghastly exclaimed, grateful for Kane's assistance. Meanwhile, Slowpoke had become uneasy, and Kane, noticing his discomfort, invited Old Ghastly to step outside the cavern for a chat. Old Ghastly twirled about and followed Kane, and as soon as they stepped out, Slowpoke's tense body relaxed. No sooner did Old Ghastly's voice resound in Kane's mind, "So, young human, now that you've fulfilled your end of the bargain, what is it that you seek?" Old Ghastly's tone was filled with anticipation. He was eager to see Kane depart, as he himself was struggling against the temptation to re-enter the cavern and absorb the ghost energy that he had been starved of for so long. Kane raised an eyebrow at Old Ghastly's inquiry. He had not expected the ghost to be so interested in his own search, but now that he had gotten what he wanted, Old Ghastly was asking about his motives. After giving it some thought, Kane decided to be bold and simply ask, "Have you ever come across a palm-sized stone that holds an immense amount of energy, regardless of its type, be it fire, water, electric, or any other?"